very good morning. We are live from Mercantile Cricket Association grounds in Colombo for the fourth day action in this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. The match between Wales and South Africa. Joining with me in the combox, Asanka Hadirampala. Asanka, very good morning.
Good morning, Malinda. Like you said, it's the fourth day of the tournament. We have seen some brilliant matches, wonderful performances from all of these teams, whether they've won or lost. This is the Welsh team. They have won 2 in this campaign so far and lost 1.
There you can see the results from day 3. Namibia versus New Zealand. So South Africa, they lost both games they played so far in this competition. So they feel real under pressure coming into this clash against Wales. But Wales on the other hand, they registered a couple of wins in 3 games as well. This is what happened on day 3. England defeated USA by 9 wickets and Zimbabwe overcame Namibia by 8 wickets as well. Sri Lanka continued their good work in the field, defeating UAE by 105 runs, while Australia registered a 4-wicket win over South Africa. And Canada, that's a surprising win, Nasanka, taking on that West Indies side after a good performance, winning by 3 wickets. And Wales, on the back of a winning note yesterday, they beat India by narrowest margin of 5 runs as well.
Wales in good form, defeating India, the strong Indian team, yesterday. And the pick of yesterday's matches was Canada beating the favourites West Indies.
And here comes the lineup for today, this 4th day action. UAE taking on England at DSNI College grounds, while New Zealand facing Zimbabwe at Coast Cricket Club grounds in Colombo, and Sri Lanka will face Namibia at the PRC grounds, while Group B clash, 3 clashes on the way. Wales taking on South Africa. We are live from this venue, MCA Grounds. And Pakistan is set to take on West Indies at Valisar Navy Grounds, and India will take on Canada at Pua Grounds in Bandaragama. Here we can see standings from Group A. Sri Lanka right on top with 3 successive wins with 6 points with a brilliant net run rate of 2.649. England on the other hand, they also won both games they played so far with 4 points. New Zealand on the other hand won 1 out of 2, lose 1 game as well. Zimbabwe, UAE and USA both played 3 games apiece and winning just 1 game as well. Namibia yet to register a win in this competition, losing both 2 games they played so far. So this is the Group B standings. Australia on the other hand winning all 3 games they played so far with 6 points as well. Wales on the other hand, they are second at the table with 2 wins in 3 games while losing just 1 game. But India, they lost 2 games in 3 games while registering a 1 win. And Pakistan also registered a 1 win, playing just 2 games so far. West Indies on the other hand, they also lost a couple of games in 3 games. And Canada just won that game against West Indies side. Is a good win for them going forward in this tournament. South Africa also, they yet to register in this competition. Here we can see the leading run scorers in this competition so far. Guys, excellent from England side. He scored 181 runs. With a high score of 109 unbeaten runs. Sanjeev Veerasinghe from USA side, the captain. He played 3 games, 154 runs, average of 77, best of 94 unbeaten runs. Simon Holliday from Wales side, in 2 innings he played with 149 runs, a best of 93. Jiva from South Africa, 140 runs, the best highest score of 85, averaging 70 as well. While from Sri Lanka, Saman Jayant, who played all 3 games so far, he scored 138 runs in this competition so far with a high score of 60.
2 Sri Lankan names right there. One Sri Lankan born, a Sri Lankan American. That's Sanjeev Veerasinghe. And this is who got the most wickets so far. Ali Bukhari from the Wales and Ivan Rees from the same team. Vian Schmidt, who is playing today from South Africa, who has got 7 wickets. Julian Bollinger from Wales, 3 Welshmen there. And Rakesh Chauhan from Canada, who has taken 6 wickets. Ali Bukhari with 9 wickets, topping the list. Interesting to see 3 Welshmen in that list.
Yes, indeed. As a bowling group, they look well set. So the batters also need to find themselves a good rhythm in this tournament going forward as well. So we are ready for the pitch report with Abid at the middle of the wicket.
It's a bright sunny morning here at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. It's Wales versus South Africa in the IMC Over-50s World Cup. The 2 teams have played yesterday and the 2 of them have won as well. And we'll have a look at the pitch here, the real estate that is going to be of a lot of value to this game. We'll have a look. We can get the camera closer here. If you look at the pitch here, it's not an even coating of grass. There is grass, yes, but it's not an even coating of grass. And thinking of the matches that have been played here so far, it's always been the chasing team that has won. The game yesterday, Canada won against West Indies by chasing. And also, these 2 teams have very good fast bowlers, like Ali Bukhari from the Welsh camp, who will want to come in and get that ball swinging early on. So I think if the captain wins the toss, taking into consideration the conditions here, he would probably have a bowl.
He had some thoughts on the wicket there. So the bowlers have a good options available on the surface. It's going to be interesting to see with the teams what going to do after winning the toss here, because it is a hot and sunny day here in Colombo. They will expect to put good confidence growing in this clash as well.
They are using the same pitch that was used yesterday as well. Canada chased down a target of 207 on this wicket. So it looks to be a reasonable track for both of the teams. But as the day progresses, it will spin and tend to be a little bit slow. Let's move down to the toss. Kevin is there for the toss.
It is toss time here at the MCA Grounds, where South Africa will be taking on Wales in yet another IMC Over-50 World Cup game. And we got our match officials, Mr. Peter Tate and also Mr. Suresh Budu, and our 2 captains from South Africa, Mario Solomons, and from Wales, we got Ivan Rees. Ivan will now spin the coin. Tails is the call. And it is heads. So, Ivan, you have won the toss, and what have you decided to do?
We'll bat.
So the last 2 games you batted first and you won those games. Did that come behind your mind when you made this decision, or is it solely based on the conditions?
that's something I've taken into consideration. Yes, we've kind of won the previous 2 games batting first, so I think I'll continue to do that. It's going to be another hot day here, so yeah, I think that's taken into account as well.
Any changes in your squad?
Yeah, we've rotated it a bit again. We've got a fairly small squad, so and a few injuries as well. So the 3 sitting out are Alan Webster, Steve Powell, and Simon Holiday.
All right, thank you, Ian. All the very best for the game.
Thank you.
Marlo, you lost the toss. You have to bowl first. Are you happy with it?
Yeah, no, we're happy. We wanted to bat first though, but we're happy and, just restrict them and try and get the runs.
Well, you showed a lot of promise in the 2 games. Unfortunately, you couldn't get the results behind your name. But with your batting, you should be very happy because you scored some good runs. So what do you think didn't work well for you in the first 2 games?
Well, I think our batting was on par, our fielding as well. It's just the bowlers needs to come to the party.
All right, I hope your bowlers come to the party. And that was the news from the centre. Wales have won the toss and they have elected to bat first.
So that's the news from the centre. Wales have won the toss and they decided to bat first on the surface with even Rees suggests that they want to bat first there. So Wales line up here: Even Rees, Kelvin Bartle, Ali Bukhari, Roy Emmett, Julian Bollinger, Hev Evans, Mark Davies, Michael Cann, Tim Hemp, Malit Madhurasinghe and Simon Wood.
And from South Africa, Munir Holiday, Yaya Jiva, Craig Lyons, Bjorn Schmidt, Dave Becker, Mario Solomons, the captain, Tyrone Henderson, Ghulam Talib, Russell Bennett, Wayne Tharat, Con Purchase. Quite a few Sri Lankans in this tournament playing for other teams. Malit Madhurasinghe playing for the Wales today.
So the South African players are out in the middle.
They'll have a score in mind which they can defend. Mario Solomons will place his fielders for the first ball. It's Rian van der Reed. He's going to start the proceedings for South Africa. A thorough sporting nation, South Africa. They are good in whatever sport that they put their hands on. Cricket, rugby, hockey, even swimming, and even in the athletics. Very athletic people. And also the Welsh team. Their bowlers and their batsmen topping the lists so far in this tournament. If they can carry on what they have been doing, it will be not an easy task for the opposition. The flags waving in the air. Host flag, Sri Lankan flag. One slip.
Mario in 3 seconds time.
And they are still taking time to position their fielders. Another bright shining day, Malinda.
Yes, indeed, Asanka. Hoping for another exciting game of cricket here in Colombo. Yesterday, South Africa, they batted first against Australia. They put them a put up a very challenging total of 264 for 9 in their 45 overs, but still they going on to lose that game. That is really unfortunate for them. Australia won that game with 4 balls to spare after losing 6 wickets.
Australian national team was defeated by Sri Lanka yesterday. But over-50s overcame the South Africans to win that match. Here comes the openers for the Welsh. Ivan Rees, one of the legends of this tournament. And with him is Tim Hemp, the big man. He's at the non-strikers end. Taking up the strike is Ivan Rees, the right-hander. One of the great all-rounders in this tournament, who has taken a lot of wickets, scored a lot of runs. Packed offside field. 2 men on the boundary of the offside. Here comes the first ball of the morning. Right on the block hole by Van der Reed. Good start for South Africa.
Yes, indeed, need to tie that lineup with the new ball. Purchase coming from over the wicket to Rees. It's going down the leg side a bit.
No run there. A slight appeal by the keeper, but definitely going down leg.
Take a look at that. That's clearly missing the leg stump. Short and hammered away towards the sweeper cover of the mark. Wales side with Rees getting off the mark of the third ball he faced. He scored 170 runs in previous 3 innings, averaging 39, strike rate of 81.25.
Van der Reed is the bowler. Goes offside. This should be called a wide, and rightly so. The umpire signals wide. First extras of the day.
Slight bit of movement for the bowler, but need to get right on cue with that length.
Most of these players from a generation where they played in the V. We didn't see much of river sweeps, tap sweeps, or tail scoops, Malinda, in this tournament so far. Most of these players like to get on the front foot and play in the V's at their start and then take a move on.
Please check that drive towards that cover fieldsman. No run conceded this time with 1 more remaining in this first over. 3 runs on the board for Wales at the moment.
Wales won the toss and batting first today. The used pitch would be the reason why they chose to bat first. Drives and doesn't find the gap. End of the first over, 3 runs for none. Wales winning the toss, choosing to bat first. They are on 3 for no loss after 1 over. Hemp and Rees on the field, on the crease rather. Pace from both ends.
Thank you.
Wayne Tarat starting off the second over. On the good length, Malinder. All these South African pacemen are so experienced. They are known for their fast bowlers in South Africa.
2 please.
Tarat will look to bowl at that perfect line of the off stump, to get movement away from the right hander. Here comes. He's reaching that wide delivery.
Tarat bowling at the 5th off stump right now. Again drives. Rees looks to be a player who likes to play in the front foot. These pitches in Sri Lanka, you've got to have good footwork. Or some swing. Very close to a wide.
Tim Hemp played just 1 inning so far in this competition. In addition to this game, they scored just 13 runs in that game.
Oh, good ball. On the good length. Rees unable to manage on which foot he should play.
That's what can these South African pacers can generate on the surface. Short delivery, but couldn't get the middle of the bat that occasion. That's the end of the second over. Wales batting first after winning the toss, 4 for none.
Four for no loss after 2. Hemp and Rees coming out to bat for Wales as the openers. Both right-handers. Normally in your opening batting partnership you would like to have a right-hander and a left-hander. Plays with soft hands.
Van der Reed onto his second over. Conceded 3 runs in that first over.
Full ball. It's not easy to put them away. Van der Reed hasn't given any run yet. Three runs conceded in his first over. In this over so far, he's been on target. Hebb drives, no run.
It's a decent start so far from South African pacers. Just giving away just 4 runs in 2.4 overs. It's loud bowling this from Van der Reed.
He was bowling to the front foot of the batsman, and this time shortens the length, doesn't allow the batsman to settle down.
Five dots on the trot in this over. Last ball coming up. That's the single to finish that third over. Wales 5 and all at the end of the 3 overs.
Good third over by Van der Reed. Just conceded 1 run in that over. Here comes Tarat.
Ian Smith is the leading wicket taker for South Africa in this competition so far. Take a look at this previous delivery. Ian Smith picked up 7 wickets in 2 innings. There's a good economy rate of 2.61 and averaging 6.71. That is pretty good numbers for him.
Again on the good length. Tarat has found his target. Look at that. That's where your fast bowlers should be. Again on good length. Hebb can do nothing else but defend.
There's Suresh Budu and Peter Tate, the experienced umpire, on the field as the official umpires for this game. Once again beating the edge. This is a very good bowling Good line and length once again from Tarat.
He's on the good length, and also he's bowling at the batsman, and the ball tends to leave the batsman at the end, at the last moment.
This time, once again, that this time a little bit full and wide as well. He looked to chase that delivery, but couldn't time that well.
Hemp 3 from 13. He'll have to take a move on. They might be trying to lay down a partnership, lay down a foundation for their other batsmen to capitalize on. Oh, good ball. It comes back at the right-hander. The umpire says no. 4 gone, 5 for no loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Let's take a look at the last ball of the last over. Look at that, check back. No bat involved, but could be outside the off stump. Hit outside the off stump.
Yeah, look like that, Asanka. And maybe it's the height an issue as well. Once again, right on the money from Van der Reed. Couple of overs he bowled so far, conceding just 4 runs.
Change of stance for Rees. Very experienced batsman. He knows what to do on these kind of surfaces. He backs up and waits for the ball to come. Like that. Takes a single.
That's what they need to do. Don't face too much dot balls. Rees 2 on 2 of 11 and Hemp 3 of 14 as well.
Van der Reed. Again, drives straight to the fielder. Van der Reed wearing the famous number 23. This was worn by the greatest of players such as Michael Jordan, David Beckham at Real Madrid.
Yes!
Oh, flicks down to long on. This could be the first boundary of the day.
Yes, it has bowling around that little middle and leg. Easy pickings on that occasion for the batter. Take a look at this. He's good at that flick. And easy pickings after finding the gap as well. First boundary for Wales. 10 runs on the board now.
Good comeback. Shaping it away from the batsman. Van der Reed. I was talking about number 23. This is the last ball. In Sri Lankan colours, it was worn by TM Dilshang. Number 23.
Straight to mid on. Whereas 10 for no loss after 5 overs. At the moment, Plenty of games happening here today going into this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Pakistan taking on West Indies at Navy Grounds in Velisada, and India facing Canada at Pua Grounds in Bandaragama, while Wales and South Africa taking on here at MCA Grounds. UAE facing England at the DSNI College Grounds, while Sri Lanka facing their fourth game against Namibia at PRC Grounds, while New Zealand facing Zimbabwe at Colescott Club. So plenty of actions happening today in this IMC Over-50s World Cup. Switching to Sri Lanka's number one sports channel, ThePapare. We cover it all as the tournament progresses.
Well, wide to start off the 6th over from Talat Well, Abid. Quite an interesting start from the Welsh team. They've just scored 11 runs in the 5 overs. They have been very watchful, and it was surprising for me to see them changing up their opening partner, especially Holiday. After scoring a brilliant 93 yesterday, he has been pushed down the order. Maybe he's a bit too tired after that knock that he had. We know that this is the over 50 game as well. And another surprising thing was Wales opting to bat first. You at the pitch report said that any team who would win the toss will be looking to bowl first. So yes, a few surprises early in the morning.
Yes, Kevin, I agree with you about that. The fact that they've put Holiday down the order, and I think it's very and something that they've done through intuition. They know that it's going to be a tough ask for Holiday. He's batted right throughout yesterday, around 40 to 42 overs to get his 93. He played really well yesterday, got Wales to a winning target, to a winning score. But the bowling from South Africa so far has been very good. They've been swinging the ball around. That's what I was talking about at the pitch report as well. There's a grassy top, which should make it a bit difficult for the batsmen early on, and that's what's happening right now. They're finding it a bit difficult. But the rationale behind taking the bat first is because of this hot sun, isn't it? It's very hot, very humid here in Colombo. We're at the MCA Grounds today. And the reasoning is that they want to tire out the fielding side so that when they come into the bat, they'll be coming to bat very tired, but good delivery. Couple of outswingers and then an in-swinger. Good stuff from these opening bowlers.
Well, Abid, apparently Holiday is not playing this game. So he has probably some tired legs after yesterday's knock. And it is pretty hot out here in Sri Lanka. Won't be easy for these players as well. Well, one of the reasons I believe that Wales opted to bat first was they wanted to bat in the morning session and tire these South Africans in the field, because we know the conditions aren't really great, especially for these players coming from a different part of the world to Sri Lanka, a tropical country. So yes, maybe that was behind their mind as well. Bat in the morning session, and maybe in the evening it will get a lot cooler than what it is now.
Very true, and also the fact that they're over 50s, isn't it? They're playing 2 games and 45 over games. Yesterday they had to be in the field for 90 overs. Wales, South Africa as well. They had a very close game against Australia. But good ball to end the over. 6 overs done, it's 11 for no loss.
Pua Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Welcome back. We are on to the 7th over. Wales have started off in quite an interesting fashion, just getting 11 runs, and Reese, the skipper, is batting on 2 runs off 17 deliveries, and his partner Hemp is batting on 7 runs off 18 deliveries. They have to get a move on here. If not, South Africa will feel a lot on top in this game, as only 1 wicket is missing in their ranks. They have bowled really well. They haven't given any chances or any room for these batters to score those boundaries. And what they have done well is that they have not given those easy singles and extras away as well, because in the earlier matches we saw that the players tend to bowl a lot of extras, but good for South Africa. They have done their homework. Their bowling has been their weakest outfit out of the lot, and today, as of now, it has been their best suit.
They've got the ball swinging both ways, these opening bowlers for South Africa. Van der Reed from this end has been very good with his lines and lengths. Have kept the Welsh batsmen guessing. Another pitched up delivery, they look for a quick single, but he'll be sent back. His captain says no run. But Wales are doing pretty well to see off these first couple of overs, because the more you go throughout this day, the moisture in the pitch will reduce and the ball should come onto the bat pretty well. When the spinners come on, you should be able to get a move on, but just see through these first overs, isn't it, Kevin?
Absolutely, and Wales know that Ian Smith, the bowler from the South African ranks, is or rather has been their best bowler. He has got 5 wickets in the West Indies game and 2 wickets in the Australia game as well. So he has been bowling well, but the only problem for him was he has not been supported well from his other bowlers. But today, the other bowlers have started well, so it will be interesting to see what Ian Smith can produce when he comes on to bowl later on in the day. And watchful Hemp. I really believe Wales should get a move on from here. At least try to get those singles occasionally, 2-3 singles in an over, maybe an occasional boundary, because there are 11 runs off 6.5 overs. When Ian Smith comes, it won't get any easier. He has been the best bowler of South Africa, so maybe they have to take their chances. What do you feel, Abid?
They're bowling around that 5th stump channel. He'll bowl there again, but this time it's pitched up. He'll try to drive it, but straight to the fielder. A maiden over then. 7 overs done. It's 11 for no loss.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking. Amazing. This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Tarata will be continuing. Well, I had a quick chat with the skipper of South Africa, Mario Salmons, before the game, and I was talking to him about how promising the South African team has been as far as batting is concerned, and he was telling me, yes, their batting has been good, but it is their bowling which has let them down. And just to give a bigger insight on that, more than 4 bowlers in both the matches that they've played have gone over 6 runs per over, which is a lot considering the fact that this is a over 50 game and this is a 45 over game, because we've seen the maximum a bowler will concede is probably around that 4 to 5 run per over mark. So his bowling has been a big letdown for them. But seems like they've done their homework today. They've studied how these Welsh batters have gone on about their innings in the past 3 games. So here's a big improvement, isn't it?
Well, they've got them on their front foot and trying to poke the bat at the ball. You saw Virat Kohli getting out this in a similar fashion to similar deliveries in that Australia versus India Test series. And that's exactly what these bowlers are doing. They're just bowling it around that line and just hoping for the best. They've got a slip in as well as a catcher.
Well, I understand the whole fact about being, or rather showing respect to the bowlers when they bowl the good deliveries, but 7.3 overs, 12 runs, it is almost 45 deliveries, and they've only got 12 runs, and that's a brilliant delivery again from Tarat, just missing that outside edge, and Hemp.
Unbelievable.
Well, seems like he's in a lot of trouble. He has not got much runs, and look at the delivery. Just the hint of outswing from Tarat. There was no feet movement whatsoever from Hemp. Just a slight drag of that front foot. And here's Tarat to bowl the fifth delivery of the over. It was there to be hit. Again missed it. He's batting on 7 of 28 deliveries, almost 5 overs.
Very good last ball as well. And this is why I said in the pitch report, maybe bowl first. Because the ball is doing a lot of talking in these early stages. He's swinging it both ways and coming to the last delivery of this over. Very good over so far.
And he ends the over well. So Wales will remain at 12 runs at the end of 8 overs.
Magician on the field today. Magician.
Welcome back. We are on to the 9th over. We're just talking about the fact that you mentioned earlier. You were surprised that Wales opted to bat first after winning the toss. And one thing that their skipper, Rees, told me was, I asked him whether them winning the last 2 matches, batting first, was the reason for them to make this decision. And he was like, yes, that was in back of his mind, because the first 3 games that they played, they lost against South Africa chasing the game. But the next 2 games, they batted first against India and Canada, if I'm not wrong, and they won both the games. Maybe those psychological facts may come into play when you make a decision in the toss as well. And a hint of outswing could have been called wide, but no, says the umpire. It was very close, wasn't it? Look at that. Look at that. Well. Unfortunate for Wales. That should have been a wide.
But some very good bowling. Forget the wide. The amount of swing that he's getting. And this time it comes back into him. But the umpire says no. Very, very smart bowling. A couple of outswingers. And then the one that comes back in. Completely foxing the batsman. Okay, that is very close. That is very close.
That's more than close, Abid. From what I've seen, that should be crashing the middle stump, if I'm not wrong, because there was an in-swing there. Good shot, but straight to the fielder. Will just be a single. Would be lovely to see the replay yet again of that appeal from South Africa. It was more than close. Umpire straight away said that it was not out. But the way it looked to me, it was crashing the middle stump, Abid.
And finally gets a single. This time pitched up, full toss. They get another single. So 2 runs have come so far in this over. Hemp got a single after how many deliveries? 2 overs he was on strike, no runs. Finally got a single, and now we come to the last ball of this over.
Probably we should move away from the commentary box for them to score runs, Abid, because from the time we came to the commentary box, they've only scored 4 runs, and again, a pitched up delivery should have been put away but played straight towards the fielder. Will end the over with a dot delivery. Wales are 15 for no loss at the end of 9 overs.
Pua Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Tarat will continue bowling. Well, runs are not behind Wales' name, but the luck is certainly behind their name. As we saw a very close call in the previous over. And Rees, the skipper, should be looking to get some runs from here on. He has been batting really well, and just as I speak, a lovely hit through the offside. A much needed, a welcome boundary for Rees and Wales.
Well, finally, isn't it? Second boundary of the innings comes off the bat of their captain. Good stroke. Got to the pitch of the ball and hit it down the park, right through the offside. Good stuff early on from Rees, but Hemp should be very lucky. Should consider him very lucky that he's still in the middle. And another boundary, is it? Yes, it is. So 2 quick boundaries in 2 deliveries. Rees would be very happy that he's getting his team the boundaries that they need. How it comes doesn't matter as long as they come.
Well, that was a very intelligent shot from Rees. He saw that gap between that sweeper cover fielder on the deep and the point fielder, and he placed it right through that gap. And this is the move on that Wales desperately needed. 23 runs off 9.34 overs rather. And Rees is now understood the situation and he's playing according to the situation. Getting those 2 boundaries. Another single in this over will make it a very good over for Wales. And we have to give credit to the 2 fast bowlers from South Africa. They have been bowling 5 overs each early on in the day. It's not easy, especially at the age that you're playing at and with the conditions that you're playing at. But they've given it all, and they have done a very, very good job so far, Abid.
Well, they've contained them to just over 2 runs and over in these first 10 overs. They've bowled very well, these 2, Tarat and Van der Reeves. If not for this big over, it would have been less than 2 runs and over. Him to face the final of the over, and will get a single as well. So very good opening spell from these South African fast bowlers. 10 overs done, it's 25 for no loss.
Top bowling there. Top bowling, Wayne.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papar TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Wales 25 for no loss after 10 overs. Run rate 2.5 per over. And we've got with us Malit Madhurasinghe, who representing Welsh team.
Indeed, thank you very much. Nice to be here, and it's a very early start for people back in Wales now, so anyone listening, good morning, welcome to Colombo.
Have a go.
Quick single for Hemp there. And they've run that well, actually. It's very difficult in this heat to do that sort of thing, but communication is key. So good, quick, early call. Both batsmen responded, and I think they made it comfortably. No. A direct hit would have been out, I think.
Would have gone. Would have been gone. Van der Reed bowling really well for his team. In his 6th over, conceded 13 runs. Oh, good shot.
Through the covers for misfield. There might well be a single here. Yeah, single taken. It was interesting. We went out and spoke to the curator this morning, and we were told that most grounds here you win the toss and bat first because the wicket gets lower and slower and it's difficult to chase in the second innings. But the curator here was saying this is the one ground that you actually want to do the opposite. But our captain's opening batsman, so he likes batting, so he won the toss and batted. Wide ball there, I think. No. Very lucky to get away with that. Looked like it was outside the blue line to me.
Of course. 25 for Nolos. Still the opening batsman on the crease for Wales. Like you said, the bowler lucky that time.
I think so, yeah. That's a good shot by Hem. In aerial, but had enough of it to get over wide of mid-off for 4 runs and a welcome boundary for Wales, and releases a little bit of the pressure. I think the South Africans have been bowling very well this morning, very disciplined, and it's difficult to...
Beautiful shot.
Yeah. Aerial, but plenty of gaps there for... Oh, he found the gap well, rather. So, welcome boundary for Wales and Hemp. We call him Hempy, so I'm glad to see him get some runs there.
Hempy, 14 out of 37 he faced. Here comes Van der Reed.
Full toss. I think that's one that the bowler would feel he got away with there. Full toss, middle-ish stump. Flicked away, but straight to mid-on. Scored 29 for none, with 1 ball of the 11th over to go.
It has been a good bowling performance by Van der Reed in his last ball of the 6th over.
Well bowled. Good over that. Really good over. I think all the South Africans have bowled well in this heat. I was talking to one of their players on the way around, and he said, they're used to the heat because they've come from their summer. Whereas, we left Wales, it was about 3 degrees, and we got here, it was 33 degrees. So there's a big change. And I think some of the boys are starting to fatigue now, but we need to push on, and we've done well so far, and hopefully carry on and do well in the pool stages.
So how does the heat affect Welshmen?
We're not used to it. The summers in the UK are nowhere near as hot as this. So it's sapping. So, you wake up in the morning and you look out the windows and you hope for a bit of cloud cover. We had that this morning, but we knew it was going to burn through, and just everything you do just takes the energy out of you. So we've had to make sure we hydrated. So as a team yesterday when we played India, and maybe I can say that we beat India, which is amazing result. The whole team, we drank 100 litres of water, which is a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah. So that's how much we sweat. That's how much we need to rehydrate. And it's one thing getting a few runs here and there, but to do that here, you bat for 5 overs here, 10 overs here. It feels like you've batted for 30 overs back in Wales and back in the UK. So, and I think once you start getting tired, it's like a knock-on effect. You lose your concentration. You don't make good decisions. When you're batting, you might go chasing for a ball that you shouldn't do. If you're bowling, you might not concentrate so hard. So, it's really important that you keep hydrated and keep your energy levels up, because once they start to fall, you make poor decisions, you get tired, you make even more poor decisions, and then things go wrong. So yeah, it's really important, but we're learning. So hopefully we'll acclimatise and keep performing well.
Absolutely. Let's talk more about it after a little break. The players are having drinks. Like you said, it's very good to stay hydrated while they're playing. Let's take a short break and we'll be back soon after.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ. මම ගජමෑන්.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the...
Wales 29 for no loss. After the drinks break, we are back in action. And we've got with us Malit Madhurasinghe, who's part of the Welsh team. And Malit, you've been there for about 45 years.
That's right, yeah. I was born in Sri Lanka, lived in Kegel, which is, for those that might be watching from overseas, if you take Sri Lanka as a clock face, Colombo's at about 9 o'clock, and Kandy's right in the middle almost. If you draw a line between the two, about halfway along. Lived there till I was about 4, 5 maybe. And then moved to Colombo for the last 2 years to go to school, actually, round the corner from where we are now. And I used to live on a road about a stone's throw away. So I was here till about the age of 6 or 7. I'll just pause and... So re-sweeping that. Great shot. Great shot. 4 runs from the first ball of the over. That'll be a welcome relief for Wales, and the total moves on to 31, I think.
Nicely picked up by Reese.
1 ball, 1 bounce 4, nearly went for 6. 33 for none off 11.1, so good start for Wales with a bowling change. Talib coming in. That's a better line and length. It's a better line and length. Hemp looking for a quick single, but I don't think it was there. So yeah, and then my dad was offered a job in the UK. He's a surgeon, so he went to work in the NHS, and then we followed a couple of years later. And yeah, I've been in the UK and specifically Wales for the last 45 years. So nice to come back home.
Nice to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you. It's one of those things where we were saying about the rehydration. We take in drinks every 11 overs, but the batsmen probably need something a little bit more regular than that. And makes you realise when you see people like Mahela Jayawardena and Kumar Sangakkara scoring triple hundreds in Colombo, physically how they do it. Genuinely, it's unbelievable. It really is, and it's just the physical stamina and the mental stamina to do it, and then you've got to have the technical ability to do it as well. So yeah, you speak to, I mean, Ewan Rees, our captain, he's scored a couple of 40s, he's got a few runs here, he bowls 9 overs every game, he's exhausted, so we've got a lot of respect for the boys and girls that play Test cricket in the subcontinent.
Agreed, Malit. Rees runs down to another single.
Yeah, I think the field is set quite deep there, so Rees saw the opportunity to quick single. So 5 off the over with a ball to go. So it's good work, good over for Wales so far, and let's see what David Hemp can do with the final ball of the over.
Just behind.
Hemp on 14 of 39 and Rees on 19 of 31. Ooh. Good ball. Couldn't manage to push it through. 12 overs gone, 34 for none.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome back. Wales 34 for none off 12. The start of another over. Van der Reed is bowling his 7th over, very economic. He's only gone for 18 so far. Straight to cover, dot ball. I think the key here is probably to bowl wicket to wicket. I think anything wide you can throw your arms at, anything short sits up. So from what I've seen of Van der Reed so far, he's been very full length, and almost sort of a full toss or a Yorker is probably better than something half track that the batsman can free their arms and get away to the boundary, either square on the offside or the leg side. So maybe that's a learning for us that we're trying when we get to bowl full.
Van der Reed.
Again, very full. Squirted away down to third man for a single. Score moves on to 34 for none. I was just saying offline that certainly the coverage we're seeing here, and hopefully you're seeing, is excellent. They've got the setup is brilliant. They've got a fixed camera behind the bowler's arm at both ends. So that's where you see the behind the bowler's arm view from, and then there's a cameraman as you look at it now at point, and
it's on the pad. A quick run. Leg by signals the umpire.
Yeah, it's good cricket. I think it's important to keep the scoreboard ticking over. So yeah, the cameraman at point now is the cameraman that follows the ball. So you're now watching behind the bowler's arm, well, in front of the bowler's arm, and then when the ball moves off the wicket, it follows that. So it's yeah, really good. I'm really impressed with the setup here, and you guys can't see, but it looks like, for us, it looks like the sports studio at BBC here. There's so many cameras and wires and consoles going on. I'm just I'm going to keep my hands to myself and not press any buttons in case I turn everything off.
So thanks to you on behalf of the Papare team. Big shout out from you to them. It's wonderful work with 3 cameras. What they're doing right now is a huge task. One more run to Reese.
Score moves on to 37, I think. 39, sorry. 39, yeah.
The score should be 39 of 12.5 overs. Drives and can't find the gap this time. 13 overs gone. 37 for none.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Just wait. Actually,
Wales batting first, 39 for no loss after 13.
Solid start, I think. The curator, the groundsman here said, you know, bowl first, and probably the reason like this that it's. I think both teams would be happy with this start. As a bowling unit, you'd be happy only to concede 39 runs from the 13 overs, and we'd be happy that we haven't lost any wickets. So.
Well done, Vian.
Four defensive, straight to cover.
Great channel,
no run.
Gully.
So Malit, in your country, county cricket is big.
Yeah.
So if any of these kids in Sri Lanka who wants to play at county cricket, what should be the pathway?
I think the first thing to say is it's not easy. It's very difficult.
Catch.
That's the first wicket.
Gone.
Talib takes the first wicket of the Wales team.
Captain Reese is gone for 22. Think he might have fallen over himself a little bit and flicked it to mid-wicket. Went straight to mid-wicket, and success for South Africa. First wicket down in the 14th over. Wales 39 for 1. Yeah, flicked it a little bit aerial, straight to mid-wicket. So, in terms of answering a question, it's not easy. I think there are probably two paths to do it. One is to come over when you're a young school child, maybe. I mean, I've got a scenario where I know someone who played for Royal College, played in the big match, got man of the match, and was basically sponsored to go to the UK as an overseas player. So that paid for his flights, accommodation, and you can go and play a very good standard of club cricket as a professional. So most leagues allow one, maybe two overseas professionals to play in their first team, so they can do that. But then you're always going to be an overseas professional. Some people stay on and naturalise and become English, but they don't actually end up playing county cricket because they're probably too old by the time they've naturalised. Or the other way to do it is to go over as a professional cricketer, so become a professional cricketer here. So we're in Wales. The county team in Wales is called Glamorgan, the professional team, and I'm just trying to think. They've signed a Sri Lankan. Who's the Sri Lankan? Is it Jayasuriya, the left arm spinner?
Prabhat Jayasuriya?
I think so. They've signed him as their overseas player for a certain part of the summer coming. So that's another way to do it. But I'd highly recommend people coming over just to play club cricket because it's very different to here.
As we speak, Simon Wood has come out to the crease as the new batsman.
Yeah, and I think it'd be good for. There's not a huge number of Sri Lankans in South Wales, but there are lots of Sri Lankans in Wales and England. For them to see Test players coming over and playing, maybe they'll go and watch, be inspired to go and play. So, if you're going to play professional cricket out there, you're competing with Indians, Sri Lankans, Pakistanis, Australians, New Zealanders to play. So it's not easy, but in the same way, it's a great experience for us to play here. Likewise, it'll be a great experience for Sri Lankans to play in the UK because it's completely different, you know. They probably don't own jumpers here, and you need 2 or 3 there at the start of the cricket season. So, yeah, I'd highly recommend it.
To continue, good ball, good appeal. But the umpire puts it down. Very close, Madhura.
Yeah, that did look close to me. I think it's difficult when that happens to your first ball. You got to just wipe it away, start all over again. Now pretend this is your first ball of the innings. It's a wide ball down leg side. Keeper couldn't get to it, and I think it's gone for 4. Yeah, so 4 wide, 5 runs to the total.
This time, lucky. Simon Wood. He's even lucky to stay there.
Yeah,
and to get these runs.
All the coverage for batsmen, isn't it? And when you're a bowler, it's typical that sort of thing happens. You know, maybe should have had a wicket. Next ball goes for 5 wides. It's tough being a bowler.
That's rubbing salt on your wound. Talib. He got the first wicket in this over. Got to finish it well. Again, very close to wide.
I thought so. If I was umpiring, there's a couple of wides I would have given, I think. But maybe I'm biased, I don't know. I just hope that the umpires are consistent in our innings as well, and let those go by. But it's nice to see Simon getting off the mark there with a single. I think as a batsman, that's the first aim, is to get off strike, get a single, get a boundary maybe, and then build innings from there. So, I've just noticed actually the 4 runs have been put onto Simon Wood's name. So maybe did the umpire signal a wide?
Oh, Gully, what an act! What an act!
That's the end of the 14th over. 45 for 1. The first wicket fell down in the last over. The most important batsman in your team, Malit, Rees.
Well, statistically, he's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, where Wales aren't known for their cricket, much more of a rugby and a football nation. I'll tell you a little about the India game yesterday, but for Ewan, we call him Yogi. So for Yogi to be the first and only person worldwide in 50s to score 1,000 one-day international runs is remarkable. Remarkable. He averages, I think, high 40s, if not 50s. Not only that, he's one of the best off-spinners in the over-50s worldwide as well. So it's phenomenal. It really is. And he's a machine, absolute machine. He bats, he bowls, captains. Just needs to keep wicket one day and he'll do the full suit, So I think it's important that Yogi leads by example. And as I've been playing for 3 years now, and what we found is that we've got some very good players coming through as well. So we've got the strength of our squad is much stronger this year than last year, and certainly the World Cup 2 years ago. So I think there's a big difference between if you're 50 playing in this and 55. Those 5 years probably don't seem like much. Not out.
Yeah. It's on the pad.
I think well forward and possibly doing too much and going down leg side, I think. So a good decision by the umpire there. But you're right, Yogi is a very important player for us, a key player for us. But we've got some other players who are strong contributors as well, so hopefully they'll be able to perform as well.
You spoke about rugby. Six Nations is going on. Any ideas about your team?
Well, it's ironic actually, because we beat India yesterday. Oh, last game, the game before we beat Canada, and I've got some friends coming out here and some relations, and they were saying that, well, for those that don't know, we're not doing very well in the Six Nations at all. I mean, Wales are probably going through one of the lowest dips they've had for a generation, and full ball, dugout to cover, no run, and so I've had lots of messages saying it's not very often that Wales win an international sporting event, but it's at cricket, so yeah, we're very happy with that, and lots of people are saying it's far more exciting to watch Wales Over-50s play cricket in this competition than watch the Welsh rugby team playing in the Six Nations, so we'll take some comfort from that.
Tries to hit it hard. Wood doesn't manage to get the gap this time.
Yeah, straight to mid-off, dot run. No, dot ball, no run. So Van der Reed coming to the end of his 8th over. He's only got one more after this, and I think this is the last over in the first power play as well. So South Africa will add one more bowler outside the ring. Batsman, sorry. Good shot by Wood. Out to deep point for a single.
That's one run to Wood to end the over. So Malik Madhurasinghe, it has been a wonderful chat. Good to have you here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hope you'd enjoy the tournament, and congratulations on the last win yesterday against India.
Yeah, that was a great effort. Great effort. Just to finish on that, it was, someone commented that it's it's probably one of our biggest victories we've had. We beat Australia in the last competition, and Wales have got a population of 3 million. India's got a population of 1.4 billion, and we turned them over.
Moral victory for your team. Wales 46 for 1 after 15 overs.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
$15 overs are done. Wales are 46 for the loss of 1 wicket, and we are heading into the second power play as Talib will be continuing.
Brilliant.
Straight into the block hall, played towards that shot mid-on field, and been a very watchful start from Wales, Marlinder, but they've lost the wicket of their skipper, Rees, who has been batting really well throughout this tournament. He has got at least 30 in all 3 games that he has played, and unfortunately today he couldn't get going.
Yes, indeed, Kevin. They tried to solidify the crease in their opening stand and tried to put up a solid basement going towards this innings by these 2 openers, but they lost the... Oh, that's a close one, and given. That's the breakthrough. Talib strikes once again for South Africa rather.
Was a very poor shot selection from Wood. It came straight at him. It wasn't that shot, and he was set to pull that ball away, but it kept low, and it was not a length that you could go for a poor shot for. Nevertheless, Wales have lost their second wicket, and they are in a bit of bother now, as 15 overs are done and they have lost 2 wickets for just 46 runs.
Pua Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Ali Bukhari, the new batter for Wales, he has been batting really well throughout this IMC Over-50 World Cup. He has got scores of 59 against Pakistan and 42 against India. And both innings have come at a very good rate, and he has scored 59 in 44 deliveries against Pakistan and 42 in 51 deliveries. And he has a lot of work to do here, Malinder, especially with the start that Wales got. Whenever they lost 1 or 2 wickets, they were always going to be on the back foot because it was a very slow start, and 15.3 overs, 46 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. You may say that there are still 30 overs left in the innings, but they have a lot of work to do, don't they? Like, they have to start from the beginning yet again. And look at the score of him, 15 runs of 43 deliveries, and he has not been able to capitalize most of the loose deliveries.
Yes, of course, Kevin. Seems to be Bukhari in a good rhythm going into this tournament. He got a good outings in previous innings as well. Bukhari, he needs to step up for Wales in this clash as well.
Oh, well bowled.
I think he is the leading run scorer for Wales, if I am not mistaken.
Well, yes, he is the leading run scorer, and also he is the leading wicket taker for Wales as well, and he has been the MVP for Wales along with their skipper Ivan Rees throughout this IMC Over-50 World Cup, and he has a big job to do now. Their team has to recover, and they have to score runs, and they have to score runs at a very quick pace as well, because they wasted a lot of deliveries. They were lucky in one occasion. The LBW call didn't go in South Africa's way, but nevertheless, Bukhari, as we know, has the ability to take on the bowlers, to change the complexion of the game. And an under edge straight into the gloves of the wicket keeper, not the easiest of chances. Those chances have to stick. You can't catch them.
End of the successful over for South Africa. A wicket taking over. 16 overs completed. Wales 47 for 2.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Talib was the man for South Africa with the ball so far. 2 for 12 in 3 overs. The opener, Hemp, still at the crease. He's striking at around 30. 15 of 43.
Well, Vandy Reid will be bowling his final over now. And he has been bowling really well, and he has to be credited for the 2 wickets that Wales have lost. Yes, Talib was the man to get those wickets, but Vandy Reid gave that good start for South Africa with the ball, keeping it tight, not giving any chances for the batters to get away. And that, or rather this, has been a really commendable bowling performance from him.
And he's going on to finish that all 9 overs on the trot. He started the bowling for South Africa. None for 21, 8 overs. Live scores from Sri Lanka and Namibia game. It's Namibia in in serious trouble at the moment. After 15 overs completed, they lost half of the side for just 48 runs on the board. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, the host nation of this edition, they are on to a cracking start in this tournament.
They are indeed on a cracking start, unbeaten as of now. Another win here will put them on the driving seat as well. Well, Van der Reed would love to get a wicket before his quota of 9 overs finish. Just 4 more deliveries left. He deserves a wicket as well, because he has been bowling really well, and he has been the best bowler so far for South Africa, despite Talib getting those 2 wickets in the 3 overs. Another good delivery straight in the block hall, but played well down the ground for a single.
Yeah, Van der Reed is he has been so consistent with his line and length. That's what he provided. That's a big pressure on Wales' top order.
Three more deliveries left in his quota of 9 overs. Can he get that wicket? Can he add a wicket behind his name? 22 runs given away of 8.4 overs. Just 22 runs. I have to exaggerate on it. Another good delivery. Batsman wasn't intending the ball to go that way. He was trying to play it on the offside, but the bowler deceived him completely, slightly angling it towards the pads.
So the final delivery for Van der Reed.
He will take his time. He will take all the time that he needs to bowl this final delivery. Probably he has in his mind that he is going to get a wicket here. He wants to get a wicket for his team and for himself. Here's Van der Reed with his final ball off the spell, and a pish shot, but will land safely. A lovely bowling spell from Van der Reed comes to an end. 9 overs, 23 runs, and he has put South Africa on the driver's seat.
Thanks, Mario.
49 for 2 after 17 overs. Wales, after opting to bat first after winning the toss. Hemp 16 of 46.
Talib will be continuing. Hemp has to get a move on. Bukhari is new to the crease, so Hemp has to take the responsibility to get those runs. Bukhari will have to take his time a bit before he goes hard at the bowlers. There's still plenty of overs left, and we haven't still seen a spinner from the South African ranks. As I said before, Wian Smith has been their best bowler, and he hasn't bowled yet in this game as of now. A run out opportunity, but Hemp makes the crease in time.
.50 on the board for Wales in the 18th over, losing a couple of wickets in the process.
Catch! Oh, no. It's okay, Russ. It's okay.
A quick single once again.
Hold on, Russ.
Well, Malinder, those are the deliveries that Hemp has to put away. It was a full toss straight onto the pads. He could have flicked it away onto the gap, but right from the beginning, he has been finding the fielders. Here's the replay of that delivery. A full toss. It was there to be hit. It was there to be put into the gap. He should have at least got a couple of runs. He could just get a single playing straight towards the fielder. Again, down the leg side this time. They will switch ends along with the extra delivery as well. That will be a wide from Talib. So as I said before, the loose deliveries has to go towards the boundary, because if not, Wales will never keep the scoreboard ticking. It will remain on the same place, and if they lose another wicket, it will add more pressure on them. So as much as you can, you should look to score runs off those loose deliveries.
Yes, so far they are failed to capitalize on those poor balls, poor deliveries from South Africa.
Again, Malinder played straight towards the fielder. This has been the case throughout. I believe only Rees managed to play through that gap. That was about 1 or 2 shots which he made sure the ball went to the boundary line, and Bukhari, new to the crease anyways. A short wide delivery didn't bounce much as Bukhari expected it to. Here's the replay, keeping low. Talib has been brilliant. He has got 2 wickets, and that was exactly what South Africa were lacking. They bowled really well, but they didn't get the wickets. But since Talib came into the attack, they've got those 2 important wickets, including the most important wicket of the skipper, Rees.
Once again, just a single.
Great fielding, Mario.
That's the end of the 18th over. Wales 54 for 2.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papar TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Well, interesting move from the South African skipper Mario. He has brought Tharad back into the attack. He bowled 5 overs in a trot in the opening power play, and he just gave away 13 runs, and he has brought him back to attack. Still no signs of a spinner, Malinder.
Yes, indeed. They try to utilize these pacers, South African non-pacers, with their extra pace. Short, but once again finds the fielder.
Well, I understand that the Welsh batters are not going after the South African pacers, they are keeping it tight. But maybe they should make a change, bring a slower bowler, maybe a spinner, and let Wales take those chances. And when they take chances, that will create you wicket-taking opportunities. And lucky boundary for Bukhari, coming off the edge of his bat, flying towards the third man, Raja towards the boundary, and a welcome boundary for Wales. And as I said before, they should take a chance with a spinner. And here's the replay of that shot, an outside edge. And without the third man, you can't be bowling at that line, because there's no slip, there's no third man, and the third man who's there is a lot wider. So if there's an outside edge, it'll certainly go towards the boundary line. And as we know,
once again off the edge, this time outside edge, running down to the third man boundary. So back-to-back boundaries for Wales as Bukhari moves up to double figures.
Well, Marinder, this is exactly what I was talking about. They have the third man fielder, but he is way too wide than where he's supposed to be. There is no slip. If there is no slip, your third man has to be a lot closer than what he is now, because those kind of edges will fly towards the boundary line. And as we've seen, the outfields here in Sri Lanka have been really fast because it has been the dry season in the last couple of months. And a brilliant comeback delivery from Tarat. An in-swinger. The batsman had no idea where that ball came from. A decent partnership so far, 16 runs off 19 deliveries. Here's the replay. A hint of movement from Tarat, a late movement from him. Brilliant this is, and nevertheless a good over for Wales. No matter from where the runs come from, as far as the runs are coming for you.
One more remaining in this 19th over. Tarat none for 281 in his 6th over. Has to re-bowl that one.
It was a very, very close call from the umpire, Peter Tate. Let's have a look at it. Well, it is a wide. It looked a lot closer on the first view, but it just went outside of the line, and a good delivery to end his over. At the end of 19 overs, Wales are 63 for the loss of 2 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Talib will continue from Vijay Ram end. 2 for 17 in 4 overs. Hemp 16 of 47 on strike. Will they have a move on from here? They got a couple of boundaries in that previous over.
About 6 out of 6.
Well, the first target for these two batters will be, or rather should be, to bat up until those 30 to 35 overs mark while keeping the scoreboard moving. They don't necessarily have to go for the big shots, but rather manipulate the field, get those ones and twos whenever you can, and keep the scoreboard ticking. Put some pressure on the South African bowlers and fielders rather. Drag the field, make them change the field a bit. If not, they will be in trouble at the 30th over mark. They have to make sure that they don't lose a wicket. At the same time, they have to make sure that they score runs, Malinder.
Brilliant, Mario. Brilliant. Great anticipation, Mario.
Talib is bowling his 5th over, still 3 deliveries left in it. And Hemp still hasn't got a move on. 16 runs in 51 deliveries.
Four dot balls so far in this over. Make that 5. Still no real aggression from Hemp. 16 of 52 with 1 more remaining. Talib into his final ball of the 5th over.
Good fielding from the fielder at the mid-off region, and that'll end Talib's over. And at the 20th over mark, Wales are 64 for the loss of 2 wickets. 25 more overs left, and now we'll have a look at the leading wicket takers chart. Ali Bukhari, the batter on screen, is a leading wicket taker for us. 3 games, 9 wickets, and 4 for 14 being his best. And he has been brilliant so far, hasn't he?
Yes, it is. Look at that average, 8.89. Brilliant from Ali Bukhari. And Ivan Rees from Wales, 8 wickets in 3 games with a best of 3 for 39. Via Schmidt from South Africa, 7 wickets. Julian Bollinger from Wales, 7 wickets with best of 4 for 31. Vian Smith also get a 5er as well. Rakesh Chauhan from Canada got 6 wickets as well, best of 4 for 31.
Well, 3 Welsh players in the top 5 list, and now we'll have a change of voices.
I'm surprised how many sponsored big companies there are. They're not small.
Start of the 20th over, then 20 overs so far, 64 for 2. I have Malit with me from the Wales Over-50s camp. What do you make of your team's performance so far?
It's interesting because I think both sides will be happy with where they are, to be honest. It doesn't look like a wicket where the batters can get away. It seems like bowling full and straight seems to be the way forward. So, you know, I was on commentary, I know, 5-10 overs ago, and I think that time we were 40 for none off about 15. And both teams would be happy. Maybe South Africa slightly on top now, so it's poised really well. Poised really well.
Well, you've got your main man Bukhari in the middle. What do you make of his performance so far in the tournament? He's got a couple of big runs in the last game as well. He had a quick fire 40.
Correct. Yeah, he's been a real find for us actually, and I think just before we saw the stats for the bowling, so he's come in as a seamer. We've always had some good spinners, and that's complemented the bowling attack, which we've, you know, in the past we've had to get runs to defend. Now, you know, we'll be confident that we can defend as long as we get a decent total. But yeah, Ali's a key member of the team, and we wish him all the best for today and for the tournament.
Pitch stop on that occasion from Purchase. But yesterday y'all played India and y'all won that game. India was right in it right till the end. Y'all got a couple of wickets, but they were still in the game.
Yeah.
What do you make of the total that you want to make today?
So going back to the India game, what a game that was. I mean, certainly for the neutral watching, you know, we were 200 for not very many. No, 160 for not very many, and we probably should have scored a few more than we did. But we knew that we had a good bowling attack, and India, we got off to a great start, 40 for 4. The money's on the bowling side then, but India, class. I mean, I said on commentary earlier on, Wales have got a population of 3 million. India have got a population of 1.4 billion. So they've got a few more players to choose from. And they've got class batters all the way through. And they dug in, took it a little bit deeper than we would like it to do, but yeah, Ali Bukhari and Ewan Rees, our captain, bowled the last few overs and did a fantastic job. Ewan especially in the penultimate over, and Ali was able to keep the runs down to the required number and had a few runs to play with. So yeah, great effort, great game, and probably our biggest scalp, certainly the biggest scalp of our tournament this year. We were lucky to beat Australia, who were the reigning champions in the last World Cup, and that was right up there. So yeah, great day, great day.
South Africa brought their ace spinner in. Vian Smith comes in. Hemp still at the crease. A very slow start for Wales Over-50s in this game compared to the previous one. Good delivery to start off, a bit uppish, misfield. The batsman will cross over for a single.
That's a good point actually, because we've played on wickets that have probably been a bit more suited to batting than this. The groundsman did say that maybe this is a, you know, he would suggest that we bowl first here, but we've got a process. We like batting first, and then bowling in when it's slightly cooler. So we'll see how we get on. But I don't think it's a wicket that.
We get a live score update of another game that's happening concurrently. Pakistan 84 for 4 against West Indies. You all played against Pakistan. Very unfortunate that you all lost.
Yeah. So we're very happy with the win yesterday. But again, Pakistan are a cricketing powerhouse, and we took them down to the wire. And if I'm honest, I'm playing for Wales, so I'll say this, but we should have won that game. We should have won that game, but the strength in depth of the Pakistani team came through. Great shot there by Ali. Overpitched slightly, took it on the full toss, and placed it between, I think, mid-off and cover beautifully for 4 runs. So welcome relief.
Very well played. It was there to be hit, and he did exactly that. Did Ali Buhari, piercing the fielders, getting the boundary for Wales.
Yeah.
A boundary after a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Pakistan game was, again, for the neutral, an amazing game of cricket. You know, to lose by 3 runs, both sides have got to bat well. And, you know, kudos to both Pakistan and India yesterday. They did not give up, and took the game very deep. We were unfortunate on one occasion, but we were lucky on the second occasion to come out the winners.
Again, pitched up from Smith. You're Sri Lankan yourself, coming back to your homeland?
That's right, yeah. I was saying earlier, I was born here. Lived in Kagala for about 4 years, and came to school around the corner at DSN Anaika for 2 years. And then my dad was offered an opportunity to work in Sri Lanka, back in the UK, and been there for 45 years now, so nice to come back.
22 overs done then. Wales over 50s, 70 for the loss of 2.
Pua Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
As the players have a drink break, we'll have a look at the Wales card. Very slow start compared to the previous games. 22 for the captain Rees. Hemp still at the crease, 19 of 57 deliveries. Wood was unfortunate to get out of a very good delivery. Caught LBW right in front of the stumps. Buhari, the key man, still at the crease with 16. Very slow start, but you're happy that you still have your 2 batters.
Yeah,
still
I
there.
think it's one of those things where this may well be, dare I say, an old-fashioned one-day international match where we need to bat the overs. I can't see it being that much easier in the second innings, as you maybe want to walk through the South African bowling.
The South Africans, they've had their one-man Talib, who has been the key for them, 2 for 18, but they've worked very well with their opening bowlers as well. Just have a look at those stats. Just very good from Tarrant and from Van der Reed. 3.67 the economy rate from Tarrant, 2.56 from Van der Reed. That's exactly what you want from your opening seamers.
That's attrition, that is. Bowling 9 overs on the bounce in weather like this is fantastic, and only to go for 2.5 and over is amazing. But yeah, I think going back to your question of, are we happy? Yeah, I think we are. Obviously, rather not have lost those 2 wickets, but I think David Hemp opening the batting has got a job to do now. If he can bat long, maybe some of the other guys coming in can bat around him, and he could be the core that we work around. So, I'm not concerned that he's only got 19 off 57. I'd be very happy for him to bat 45 overs and get 70, 80, 90 not out.
But how important is the drinks break? It's very hot and humid here.
Oh yeah, I mean I think it's even quite hot for local Sri Lankans and people that live in Colombo. So imagine how we feel. The hydration is so key. We say out here, if you feel thirsty, it's too late. You need to be drinking before you feel thirsty.
Most runs then so far in this tournament. An Englishman right at the top. Highest score of 109. Sanjeev Veerasinghe playing for USA, just like yourself,
yes.
leaving the country.
Yeah.
And playing for the USA, Simon Holliday, your man who is rested today. Got a very good 93 yesterday for your team.
Batted all day basically, and that's attrition as well. I mean, I think it was basically fatigue that led to him, getting out. But yeah, great effort by Simon.
We just played the 3 rounds so far, but quite a few batsmen have struck centuries. There was a century from a West Indian as well. 2 centuries so far. Holliday should have got his century yesterday, you reckon?
Yeah, I think so. He certainly had the time, but I think fatigue kicked in. He'd been batting for 40 overs by the time he got out, and knowing Simon, we call him Doc because he's a doctor. So Doc Holliday, knowing him, when he gets back at home, he doesn't get out. But it's a different kettle of fish batting here for anything more than about 10-15 overs.
You might be having a lot of people from different professions. You're talking about Holliday being a doctor?
Correct, yeah. I mean, we're over 50, so people are still working now, and being able to play here is a real privilege because, if you work, you've got to get the time off work. Back in the UK, you only have so many holidays left, so many holidays in a year, and you've got to balance that with, coming here for 3 weeks. And then if you've got a family, you go on a family holiday, that's your holiday gone. So yeah, it is very difficult. But we've got doctors, policemen, serving policemen, ex-policemen, accountants, you name it, from all walks of life. So good mix.
Amazing stuff. And now you've got cricketers as well, as they come back after the drinks break. Hemp on strike. The two batsmen in the middle now will hold the key for Wales if they are to make a big score at this very hot and humid MCA Grounds in Colombo.
So halfway through the innings roughly, what would you say is a good score on a wicket like this? You're probably, I don't know whether that's a difficult question to answer, but you're probably more familiar with the conditions here than we are.
Well, I think more than the conditions, it's the fact that this is an over-50s World Cup, and I really like the fact that you all had courage to bat first on a track that is a bowling track, as the curator of the ground told you as well.
Yeah.
And I did the pitch report as well. I thought that you all would have a bowl, but I understand why you take a bat, because you'll be tiring out the South Africans, and then when they come back into bat, they'll be very tired, and your boys will be well rested.
I think the thinking behind it, we have a process, and typically we bat first, set a total, and we've got good enough bowlers to defend it generally. But I can't see the wicket getting better in the second innings. It may not get much worse, but the South Africans are on the back of 2 losses, I think. And we're thinking, do you know what, another 4 overs in the sun isn't going to do them any good, so maybe we take advantage of that as well. So I think there's also posting a score, be it 90 or 290, there's always scoreboard pressure, isn't there? So
very true. And with the bowling that you have, saw your boys, you can't call them boys, saw them bowling yesterday.
Mentally some of them are still boys, but physically we're old men.
Your team certainly has performed like how young boys would as we move into the last ball of the over, right in the block hole, and a dot to finish the over. So after the drinks break, the first over ends. It's 71 for the loss of 2.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papar TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Welcome back. Wales batting here in the MCA, Mercantile Cricket Association, 71 for 2 off 23. Bakari, 16 off 27. Hemp, the opener, anchoring the innings at the moment with 20 off 61. And Purchase, I think, to come in and bowl his third over. He's been smacked all around the park because he's conceded, I think, something like 5 runs off 1 over. So he's bowling very well, very well.
Smith comes into the attack with his slow off spinners. They get a quick run. Very good running from this pair. You've been in Sri Lanka for quite a few days. Were you able to travel around the country?
That was the plan before we got here. Then we realised actually playing cricket here actually saps the energy out of you. So the rest days we've had, which haven't been that many to be honest. So the first week of the tournament, we've had typically 2 games, a rest day, 2 games, a rest day. So the rest days have been precious. So we have just literally done nothing. Got up late, just gone in the pool, tried to get rid of the stiffness. So no is the answer, but I think we've got a bit more time in the second week after the pool games, and I think some of the boys are thinking about doing some trips and seeing the local sites if we can.
You'll always be greeted with a huge wide smile from the Sri Lankans right around the country. Have you all been able to use ice buckets probably? If not, it's very tough to play 2 games back to back, isn't it?
Yeah, the recovery is so key. So hydration's the first thing. I said on commentary earlier on, yesterday we used 100 litres of water between our team. So that's a lot. And then ice has been a key part of the recovery as well. We're lucky enough to have, we had the foresight, pulled by Bakari, down to deep square leg. I think it was I was going to say misfield by square leg, but probably saved a couple of runs to be honest, so did a good job there. So we look at the replay now. So a little bit short, pulled by Bakari. Oh, it's a catch. It was a catch, put down.
Opportunity gone, but
yeah.
For the South Africans, 4 runs, 5 runs so far in this over. They've taken a single off every delivery, and the over comes to an end. A missed opportunity for South Africa. They'll be kicking themselves after the 24th. It's 75 for the loss of 2.
Welcome back. Wells 75 for 2 off 24. Bakari and Hemp still at the crease. And Purchase coming on to bowl. His left arm orthodox. Single down to long off. I think I was right originally when I said that Purchase has been smacked all around the park, because I did think he'd only gone for 2 runs in his first 2 overs, so that was a little bit of my sarcasm that you might not have appreciated.
Well, I wouldn't mind it too much. The South Africans watching, not too sure how they'd take that, but but what these 2 batsmen are doing now is very good. They're getting the singles in. Boundaries are not coming as frequently as they would have wanted it to, but they're getting those singles in. What do you think should be a good total? You got 200 plus yesterday. What do you reckon today?
Yeah, it's a difficult one to call. I think you made a good point that if you're not able to score the big runs, you need to look to rotate the strike. If you block a couple of maidens back, the pressure builds, you play a silly shot and you get out, and that makes it worse. So it's difficult. I spoke to the groundsman start of the game, and he said bowl first, but a good score would be something like 250. Now 250 is a long way away from where we are now, but you know, looking at the wicket, looking at the bowling that we have, and I don't know about the South African team so much, but you know, I think we'd be looking to get 200 probably. I would say anything less than that, we might be a little under par possibly. But if we can, if we can get to somewhere around 200, I think would be happy. A lot depends on what happens between these guys, and certainly Ali Bukhari. And if he's there towards the end, he can accelerate and score very quickly. So yeah, let's see.
As we come to the last ball that we have Malit with us in the comm box, we'd like to thank you for giving your time here to the Papare, and we wish you all the best for the rest of the tournament. As the 25th over comes to an end, it's 78 for 2.
Great, thanks very much.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Wales, after winning the toss, batting first, 78 for 2 in 25 overs. Heaves down the wicket. Only 1 run to Bukhari. Schmidt is in his 3rd over, considered only 10 runs.
Well, he's been the pick of the bowlers for South Africa throughout this IMC Over-50 World Cup. As I said before, he got 5 for 21 against West Indies and another good bowling performance of 2 for 26 against Australia. And South Africa, despite starting well, they feel a bit back or rather a bit behind the fact that Wales have just lost 2 wickets and there's 20 more overs to go, and Wales will probably be looking to get a score of around 220 to 230 because they know that they have the batting lineup to get that score. 20 more overs left. If these two pair or either if these two players can bat up till 35 overs and get around 140 runs, they will really go hard at the end, Asanka.
That has been their plan throughout this tournament. They have laid a solid foundation for themselves, and they can capitalize on it. 20 overs is a lot of balls. Kevin, anything can change. On the other hand, South Africans are looking for wickets. As you can see, they are placing the fielders in the right places. The ball is keeping low.
Well, it is. Even when the fast ball is bowled, especially outside of the off-stump line, it has kept low most of the times. And one of the positives for South Africa in this game is that most of the times in the 2 games that they played, at least 4 to 5 bowlers in their bowling rank went over than 6 runs per over. And today, it has been a much better bowling performance. They have contained Wales as far as Nav, but still 19 overs to go, 26 overs done. Wales are 82 for 2. We'll come back after this break. Purchase will continue from the commentary box end. 3 overs, 5 runs. Well, Asanka, before the break, during the last over, I was talking about how at least 4 bowlers from South Africa have gone over 6 runs per over in the games. If you look at the scores, they've batted really well. And especially against Australia in the previous game, they got a score of 264 for 9 in 45 overs. And that is a brilliant hit. Out of the ground, straight into the roads from the bat of Hemp. Finally, Hemp has found something which has gone over the boundary rope. He has been very, very watchful. He has not gone for that big shot. 73 balls, 31 runs. Maybe this is the bit of momentum change that Hemp needs.
He has been there for 73 balls. He must be seeing it well now. Again, cuts down to the offside for a single.
Here's the replay of that hit from Hemp. It was a very, very loose delivery from South African bowler Purchase. So this is what they've been doing throughout the tournament. And again keeping low and sliding quicker towards the batsman's pad. Had he missed that ball, would have been curtains for Bukhari.
Would have shattered the stumps. Right on his target, Purchase. Purchasing whatever is at the offer and takes the third wicket of the Wales innings. He kept bowling there. And here's the time the success comes at him.
Well, that's exactly what you and I were talking, weren't we? The ball keeping low when we ball outside of the off stump, and it was an under edge. And Bukhari, the danger man, departs. And Wales in a spot of bother. They will have to rebuild their innings again, and Hemp has to take the responsibility to score runs. Wales 89 for the loss of 3 wickets.
They were just starting to move on. They had laid down a solid foundation for them to capitalize on. But the wicket of Bukhari goes down at a crucial time.
Well, a crucial time indeed. Bukhari was the man who was taking out the bowlers from the Wales end in the last 2 games. He got 42 runs off 51 deliveries against India in the previous game with 3 sixes and 2 boundaries. And in the first game against the West Indies, he got another 59 runs off 44 deliveries. So he could have been the man to take Wales over that 220, 230 run mark. And the new batter for Wales will be Can he? That's the question.
Michael Can. He'll have to lay another foundation. Got 19 odd overs to go. Hemp is well set. He has been there for 74 balls and scored 32. Can he support Hemp?
Well, I just went through the stats and it suggests he can, because he has got 68 runs off 65 deliveries against Pakistan in that opening game, which Wales lost just by 3 runs. And this has been a brilliant tournament so far for Wales. And on the other hand, South Africa still haven't been able to get a win. Their bowling has been their weaker suit, but today their bowling has stepped up really high time, and all what they need is a good finish from their bowling department, because if you get a good start, if you don't finish well, that will still be a problem for you.
Now the South Africans on the attack. A slip brought in. End of the 27th over, a successful one. 89 for 3.
Pua Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Smith will continue. Worked on the onside for a single. A quick single taken by Hemp.
Standards of his fitness is very high. Even Malit Madhurasinghe talked about it highly. The importance of fitness, the importance of hydration. They've got to carry on.
Well, here's a quick update from the Sri Lanka game. Namibia are currently 84 for the loss of 7 wickets at the end of 27 overs. Sri Lanka on top in that game, continuing their good form. They are unbeaten as of now. And here's their opportunity to keep that unbeaten tag intact.
Cuts late. Good to play late in these kind of surfaces. In Sri Lanka, this is the dry season that we are heading into. So the ball keeps low and it's coming slowly to the bat.
Well, Asanga, during the pitch report, Abid suggested that the team winning the toss should have a bowl first. But in another way, it is a good decision Wales have taken to bat first, because the wicket will not get any better later on in the day. It will slow down. The ball will bounce a lot lower than what it is now. So yes, on the hindsight, it could work out in the way of the Welsh camp.
This is the same wicket that was used yesterday for the match between Canada and the West Indies. Good stop there, but couldn't stop the single. So the pitch will deteriorate as the time goes on. But the batting team would be looking for their spinners to come into the game lately. 2 runs taken. They're running for the third as well. And completes.
Well, good footwork in the deep by the South African fielder, showing off his football skills, saving 1 run for his team. Here's the replay. Look at that. Look at that. Almost a Ramos kind of a stop from the goal line.
Exactly, Kevin. These South Africans are so athletic.
Would we need VAR to check that?
We don't have, actually. South Africans wouldn't want that. 28 gone, 94 for 3.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Wales 94 for 3 at a crucial stage. So far it's been a win-win situation for both of the teams. The South Africans have managed to limit the scoring. Comes down the wicket and turns it down to fine leg. 2 runs.
The ball just stopped out there. We've been calling it out all day long that the outfield has been fast. But look at that. Just stopping there. Almost the ball saying, I don't want to go towards the boundary line. I just want to stay here.
And none of the fielders wanted to chase it
Staying around.
for some time.
Yep.
They must be feeling the heat. These are over-50s.
No, 1 is to you. Keep going.
Fortunately for us, we have quite a few fans surrounding us, keeping us calm and cool.
Purchase. Can he purchase something out of this pitch? Conceded 15 of his 4 overs. Full toss. Couldn't manage to put it where he wanted to. 1 run.
Well, Asanga, what I felt was one thing which South Africa could have done better is how they brought in their spinners. Maybe they could have kept one fast bowler or a medium pace bowler bowling from the other end, because they have been keeping the line and length tight. Ever since the spinners came, it has been easy scoring runs. Had there been a fast bowler from the other end, they would have taken more chances from the spinners end, so it could have created a wicket taking opportunity. So maybe South Africa could have done that a bit better than what they have done so far.
Also with this angle that Purchase is bowling, he can toss it up a bit, invite the batsman to drive.
Sorry, boy. Sorry.
They don't seem to do it so far. They're bowling a bit faster on this pitch. As I say it, a chance, but doesn't hit the wicket. Rare from South Africa.
And 100 up for Wales. Close. He didn't go for that overarm option. He went for that underarm option. And look at the score of Hemp now. 40 off 78 deliveries. Just a while ago, his score looked well off. But now, it seems to be a very decent inning. A big appeal given by the umpire. That was the wicket that Purchase and South Africa desperately needed. Another wicket gone. 100 for 4 are Wales. And it is Hemp. Just as I speak about him, he gets out.
Commentators curse Kevin. That held its line straight onto the pads. That would have gone on to hit. No doubt about that. Hemp made a brilliant 40 for his team of 79. Wales 100 for 4.
The new batter for Wales will be Kevin Bartle. 100 for 4 are Wales in a spot of bother. South Africa certainly on top now with that wicket. The two batters who could have taken Wales for a score of around 200 to 230 have departed. Ali Bukhari and the set man Tim Hemp.
Unfortunate for them. Hemp has just been starting to get a move on. Bartle in this seat. You would like a bottle.
Seems like you would like a bottle, Asanka, not Bartle.
A little bit more for 2 legs. That's 2 legs. Am I behind you?
Well, that's all about over-50s cricket, isn't it? Cricket and a chill beer. Enjoying the game. And probably that's what the intention of this tournament is as well, because this is a second chance for most of these players to come together as a team, to play the game that you love and to enjoy it.
Off his target. A huge wide. And a bye.
And Bartle would have loved to get off strike, and he has got off strike as well. Straight after that wicket. Here's the replay of that wide delivery. Went for that sliding delivery yet again. Slid a bit too far. And Can is now on strike to face the final delivery of Purchase. South Africa on top. And that should be another wicket. Purchase has got the wicket of Can. Can couldn't do today. And Purchase has got the Purchase off the wicket.
That's a brilliant way to put it, Kevin. But as we are laughing about it, the Welshmen are in trouble. Suddenly the pitch turns out to be something different from the morning. Bartle is the man who goes down as the 5th. Wales 102 for 5.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
5 down, 3 wickets since we sat on the commentary box. South Africa wouldn't want us to leave the commentary box, as Hugh Evans is a new man for Wales, has a lot of work to cut out along with his partner Bartle. And Hugh Evans has scored 45 runs in the first game against Pakistan, and he has to replicate it here to help his team get out of trouble.
Schmidt back in the attack. The run rate stays at 3.5 per over. Cuts hard, but good fielding at the covers.
Well, one thing really working out for South Africa is the way that the two bowlers have been going about it. Smith from one end has been tossing up the ball like what he's been doing with that ball, and from the other end, Purchase has been just sliding the ball through, and that has really worked out for South Africa so far, because yes, Smith hasn't got the wicket, but the partnerships are where your team gets those wickets from, not one bowler taking wicket and the other bowler giving away runs.
Schmidt being the most successful bowler for the South Africans. This could be the reason why. He tosses the ball up, invites the batsman to go at it, just like that, and there's no pace. Without pace you can't go straight down the ground or play in the V's. But Bartle manages to do so. First runs off his bat.
Final delivery of the 30th over. And here's that replay, tossing it up, playing down the ground, getting under the ball rather. And Wales need a lot more of those singles if they are to set a respectable score, set a fighting score. Anything over 180 will be gold dust for them now, given the situation that they are in and given the way that the wicket has been playing. Won't be easy from here on to freely score runs unless the bowler really bowls a rank delivery. And here's Smith bowling his final delivery of the 5th over. Almost got him. And 30 overs done. Wales 103 for the loss of 5 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So all of a sudden, Wales lost 5 wickets as well, with just 103 runs on the board after 30 overs completed. A couple of wickets in quick succession for Purchase. He got 3 for 20 in 5 overs. The left-arm spinner.
Purchase getting 3 wickets so far. He's been the pick of the bowlers so far with his left arm orthodox. The batsmen were crossover for a single, but 2 new batsmen at the crease. Malinda, they need to bring the field up and now get more pressure on the batsmen. But this was that drop catch opportunity gone begging. But South Africa won't mind it because they've been doing very well so far in the field.
Yes, indeed. Take a look at this. 4 of wickets, 1 for 39, 2 for 46, 89 for 3, 4 down for 100, and 5th wicket goes down for 102. That 2 wickets in that same over by Purchase has been superb so far. Wickets at regular intervals for South Africa at the moment.
Again, a very good one. Appeals, but that maybe pitched outside. But very good bowling. Very tight bowling. Have a look at that, Malin. The very good stuff from Purchase.
Yeah, it's clearly pitched outside leg. Good decision from the umpire, Peter Tate.
They've brought the slip in. Maybe bring now a silly point in. Just bring someone in. Someone who can catch that ball, because Purchase has seemed like the bowler that could get them the breakthrough. And again, very good delivery. That time the bounce of the ball maybe might have gone over the stumps.
Another dot ball. A good ball in this from Purchase. End of the 31st over. Wales 104 for 5.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Tim Hemp opened the batting for Wales. Got off a slow start, managed to score 40 runs. And 79 balls with even Rees, the skipper, made 22. They tried to provide that solid start for Wales, but once they lost wickets in regular intervals, they has been on the back foot once again. That 4th wicket partnership just started to get going, but a double strike from Purchase put South Africa ahead of this clash once again.
Hugh Evans has already scored 45 runs in that game against Canada. He should hold the key for them because all their recognized batsmen are back in the hut. Yet to get off the mark, Evans, but these South African bowlers have done very well. Not only the fact that they've got wickets, Malinda, they've also kept them very quiet. They've not given a lot of opportunities.
Yes, indeed. These South African bowlers has been so consistent with their line and length. Nothing given away too much for the batters in Wales camp.
Run.
Single this time. Evans gets off the mark with that single. Two new batters at the crease. Bartle 3 of 10. The last ball coming up from Smith. Another single to finish the 32nd over. Wales, after opting to bat first, 107 for the loss of 5 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Purchase continues once again. Hit the pads. Looks like going down the leg side, and the height may be an issue.
Very good delivery. Oh, very close as well. Probably just missing leg stump.
Down the leg side once again. They want to get a couple of runs, 2 leg buys.
Good running from these two batsmen. Boundaries may not come, but they're getting those singles in. Maybe 170 plus should be something that they would want to get to, because they've already lost 5 wickets.
They're going with a rate of 3.35 with 5 wickets in hand. This partnership is going to be so crucial for Wales.
Ball comes back in, but he'll somehow block it away. Kevin Bartle, a very good bowler for Wales, bowled really well yesterday. But the left arm orthodox has been very good from South Africa. And the fielding as well, isn't it?
This time a full tosser goes over mid-on. It's a welcome boundary for Wales once again. Just the 10th boundary in the innings. Bartle gets something on that.
Well, it was there to be hit, isn't it? It was pitched up, it was there to be hit. And all he had to do was just get it over that fielder. That was brought up. He just had to get it over his head, which he did. And now he'll just block it. Smart batting from them. And that's the end of the 33rd over. And we'll go into a drinks break. It's 113 for the loss of 5.
They are going with a run rate of 3.42. Its projected scores means that 154 they will be able to get there with this run rate. If they're going around 6 and over from here, make them to 185, 8 and over 209, and 10 and over they can get into that 230 run mark. But they will be happy to get closer to that 200 target. Here you can see the openers got off to a solid start. Rees made 22 of 37. Hemp hanging there for a long time, scoring 40 runs in just 79 balls. Wood had a brief stay at the middle. Bukhari made 22, one of the leading run scorers in their lineup. But a couple of wickets in quick succession, with 5 wickets already lost for them, with Bartle and Evans at the crease now for this 6 wicket stand. 15 extras as well. 113 for the loss of 5 wickets so far. Wales have opting to bat first.
Well, the South African bowling has been brilliant. Just have a look at that economy rate of all the bowlers, not just one but all of them. They've been very, very consistent with their lines and lengths. Purchase, the pick of the bowlers so far, 3 for 25 off his 7 overs. Van der Reed has already gone through his 9 overs, but in terms of economy, 2.56. Tarrant and Van der Reed was very good in those opening stages, which actually set the stage for South Africa to maybe restrict them to a very low total. But those fall of wickets, wicket number 3, 4 and 5 just fell in the span of just less than 20 runs. Would really mean that Wales will have to now toil hard if they want to get a 200 plus score. 15 extras from South Africa. Here and there extras wouldn't matter as long as you bowl economically.
Yes, of course, especially Van der Reed with that new bowl spell. He bowled all 9 overs on the trot. conceding only 23 runs in 9 overs, including a maiden. This is how the wicket has fallen for Wales.
Some good bowling from them, and then those wickets from Purchase. Appealed, got his team the wicket, and again that one just went on with the arm. It was there for the captain to take. Captain, the wicket keeper, has done a lot of work today so far. He's got a couple of catches as well. And now with 12 overs to go, where do you think they'll go, Malinda?
Yes, this partnership has to move on here. With just 12 overs remaining, we have 72 balls. If they able to score at 5 to 6 runs and over, they will be able to get closer to that 200 run mark.
A little over runner ball will take them past 200. Wales now on 113. Half of their team back in the hut. And Smith will continue. He already has a 5-wicket haul to his name in this tournament. And gives an opportunity straight away. And a misfield as well. The batsman will cross over for a single.
Down back out.
On the back foot that occasion, right through that cover fieldsman. Just a single that occasion. Smith into his 7th over, none for 23.
Bartle on strike. Good bowling. Very good bowling. Not giving him any opportunity. Smith hasn't got the wickets, but he's been very economical. He's held the end from this side, and Purchase has been taking the wickets from the other end. Again from Smith. Very good. Going through his over very fast. Yesterday I was at, or a couple of days back, I was there at the UAE Namibia game. They bowled really, really slow. So many wides. But then the over rate from South Africa today has been very good. They've been bowling very consistently and getting through their overs very quick.
This time, that's a good shot. That's a powerful strike that time from Bartle. Moves on to double figures as well. That's what they need to get from here. Take a look at this. 2 full from Smith. And this time down to long off, just a single. Excellent batting this from Bartle. End of the 34th over. Where's 119 for 5.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Purchase will continue, and why not? He's bowled very well, but full toss, juicy full toss, and misfield as well. Another boundary. Bartle is now taking a move on here. Purchase gave the opportunity and he took it with both hands. Right down the ground from Bartle, 4 runs.
Yes, that's another good blow from the right-hander. Take a look at this. Nearly took on the non-strike as well. 4 valuable runs for Wales. 123 for 5 heading into this 35th over.
But from the overs from now on, if they can get one boundary every over and then just maybe a couple of singles here and there, 7 runs an over, should get them to a very respectable total, because South Africa, you have to remember that they have a very good batting lineup. So a boundary every over from here on and a couple of singles will take them to a good score. A score that they can defend with the bowling that they have, but they also have at the back of their minds that they're playing against a very good batting team in South Africa.
Now the short delivery down to long on, just a single. Got 6 runs from these first 2 deliveries, including that wide as well. Just need to get another couple of singles maybe. They'll be happy with the result in this over.
We're in the final power play. For all our viewers, just a bit of insight. A power play is 15 overs. There are 3 power players. The first 15 overs. Then from the over number 16 to 30. And now we're in the final one, over 30 to 45, where you can have 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So there are opportunities, there are gaps in the field for them to take those singles, but there are also spaces out wide to get those boundaries. But that is that stumping opportunity. Very well done from Evans to get himself behind this crease. Do you recall Mohammad Siraj doing that in the Australia-India series, Malinder? Switched up the bails. Maybe trying to get a bit of luck.
He's blocked that with the full face of the bat with one more delivery remaining in this 35th over. 3 for 31 purchase. But the last couple of overs has been good with the point of view of Wales. Another dot to finish that 35th over. Wales 125 after losing 5 wickets.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝඩිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
We're into the final 10 overs of the first innings, and Wales are currently 125 for the loss of 5 wickets, and they have played well the last 5 overs, Asanka. And Smith will continue.
Welsh batsmen, they didn't panic. 3 quick wickets fell down while we were doing the last slot. I'm not sure, even at this time, that might happen, but
I just turned around to see whether there are any Welsh supporters behind us. Well, nevertheless, this is what I was talking about before. South Africa have to finish this well. They started well. They have to finish this well. If they can close this Welsh innings somewhere around 150 to 160 run mark, they'll be really happy about their performance.
Absolutely. What they have started, they got to finish. They started off brilliantly. Their pacemen at the start of this innings, they bowled really well in good areas. And spinners came and got the wickets.
Well, on the other hand, seems like Namibia are getting a move on for that 9th wicket. They were 80 for 8 at one time. Now they are 103 for 8. And a good looking shot straight towards the fielder will just be a single. As I said, 80 for 8, 203 to 8. Similar situation for what Sri Lanka was yesterday in the Australia game. Is there a Charita Sri Lanka in Namibian ranks?
Absolutely, that was what I was going to ask you. That was a brilliant inning yesterday, wasn't it?
It was indeed one of the best knocks we've seen in a very, very long while by a Sri Lankan in ODI cricket. Again, sliding onto the pads, Smith. He has been keeping things tight.
Bartle, since his arrival, has taken up the challenge. He's on 19 of 27 and cuts straight to the covers. 36 gone, 127 for 5.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Purchase onto his final over, has grabbed 3 important wickets, has brought South Africa to top. 31 runs for 3 wickets in 8 overs. This will be his last over. He would love to finish his quota of 9 overs with a wicket. And an extra man on the field. The play has been halted for a while. You have to go out, my boy. You're not supposed to play the game of cricket, especially hardball cricket.
Oh yes. You never want to get hit by that ball. Down the ground for a single. Evans moves on to 4.
Bartle batting well on 19. Well, another update from the Pakistan versus West Indies game. Pakistan are currently 161 for the loss of 5 wickets at the end of 35 overs. A decent inning so far from Pakistan and good bowling. This is from Precious. A Precious dot ball.
He has been the difference for the other spinners. He has been the one who changed the context of the game. Hard hit down the ground by Bartle. Gets 4. Very strong man. Gets the boundary.
Seems like we should stop appreciating bowlers and batters. And that was indeed a good shot from Bartle. He moves on to 23 runs. 3 more deliveries left in this spell of Purchase. Can he get a wicket? Will he get a wicket? Goes for the big shot. What a hit down the ground from Bartle. Clean as a whistle.
Bartle has decided enough is enough. He's not going to stay there without a fight. He's starting to get a move on. Again, cuts hard, but there's a fielder at the sweeper.
Well, it felt to me as if the Purchase was a bit too greedy to get that wicket in the previous 2 deliveries. He tossed it up, but he tossed it up way too much than what he should have done, because he has been bowling well when he has bowling quicker and flatter. He tossed it up and it went well in front, and it was so easy for the batters to get off. And that ends Purchase's spell. A good spell, nevertheless. 43 runs off 9 overs while grabbing 3 important wickets. And Wales are currently 139 runs for the loss of 5 wickets.
Heading towards the last 8 overs. Of this innings. Bartle starts Smith's 9th with a single. Bartle moves on to 31 of 32. All of a sudden, it looks as if they have been batting with pace. Oh, uppish. But didn't carry.
Well, 200 is still gettable for Wales. And for that, Bartle has to get the strike. Evans has to play the supporting role. Played straight towards the fielder. Well, I initially thought that there was a bounce before it went into the hands of the fielder, but seems like Wales have lost another wicket. Sorry for the lack of excitement. I was thinking something else. I thought the ball bounced off the ground and went straight into the hands, but there is another wicket for South Africa.
You were no different to me, Kevin. Even I was thinking that was a crowd catch, but it was an actual catch. Hugh Evans goes for 4. Wales in trouble, 1-4-0 for 6.
Left armour? Right armour? No, the left armour as well. Easy to win.
Davies is the new man in. Now what is expected out of him is to stay at the crease while Bartle takes it to the bowlers. Bartle has been brilliant, but he's out of supporters, out of the partners. Mark Davies.
Well, I just witnessed something interesting and exciting. A few set of kids ran towards the dressing room to get signatures from these players. A lovely moment, isn't it, for the players and for the kids as well.
Those are the ones for the future. They should be allowed to stay around these players who are well experienced. Whatever they get out from them will be impactful, will be influential in the future. Schmidt wants a catcher close to the batsman.
Smith has finally grabbed the wicket. He has been grabbing wickets throughout this IMC Over-50 World Cup. That's his 8th wicket of this tournament. One of the top contenders for that leading spot in the top wicket takers list. Here's Smith with his 5th delivery. Beat the batsman.
Davies was trying to come forward and play on the front foot. Schmidt read his mind, as it seemed. Again tosses up.
Phenomenal over, well bowled.
And Bartle defends. 140 for 6.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papar TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
140 for 6. Anywhere between 180 to 190 will be what Wales be looking for from here on. Anything over that will be a bonus for them, because they know that how this wicket has been playing, how inconsistent it has been. Still 7 overs left, and Bartle is batting on 31 runs off 32 deliveries, and there's another kid enjoying his day, supporting his team. Has the Welsh jersey win in his hands. Probably a future cricketer for Wales.
Why not a ruggerite?
Why not a football player? We can keep on calling sports. But yes, he seems to have all the attributes for a rugby player than a cricket player.
Exactly. Bowling change. Talib brought up to the attack again. He has taken 2 wickets in his 5 overs. Bowls a bit faster, but flicks down to deep square leg for 4.
Well, I was set to say that Bartle has been going after the spinners. What will he do when the pacer comes on? And that's exactly what he has done. He has gone after him as well. Lovely placement from Bartle. Clipped off the legs. These are valuable runs for Wales.
He's playing a valuable innings for Wales. Since he came on, the attack has been on the bowlers. Again goes high and handsome. Straight down to 6. 150 comes up for Wales.
Bit of a flare in that shot from Bartle. He moved nowhere. Got the middle of his bat, and he knew that it was travelling, and travelling long.
This gentleman is strong. Look at that for a shot. Stays it.
Talib under pressure. 2 back-to-back boundaries in his first 2 deliveries, and a quicker delivery, keeping low. Bartle switching ends. Bartle should be looking to get back onto strike, because he is a man who could do it for Wales. Davis has to play the supporting role.
All he has to do is milking the singles. Help his partner, who is in good rhythm, good form. Here comes Talib. Starting off with a wide.
Come on.
.152 runs on the board for Wales. 200 is still achievable. But with that, Bartle has to be on strike. He has to be the man to take on the bowling. And Davis has to play the supporting role. But Davis looks to go on his own.
No. That's not what's expected. Bartle would be frustrated at the other end.
Smart from Davis, switching ends. Well, single has been denied from him. He'll probably play out this delivery. Talib has got 2 wickets, but he has been pretty expensive in this over, giving away 12 runs rather, including that wide. And here's the final delivery of his 6th over. Onto the pads, and Davis will keep strike.
Over.
153 for 6.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝඩිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
We are moving on to the 40th over as Mark Solomon's giving instructions from behind the stumps.
Henderson to bowl his first over in the 40th over. Not the best of times to come to bowl. But can he produce some magic for South Africa? Get the wicket of Davies and if possible of Bartle, who has been going really hard at the bowlers from the other end. Tries to sneak a single Davies, but unfortunately doesn't manage to do so. Comes down the track. That spun. That knocked off the wicket. Completely deceiving both the batter and the wicket keeper. Bartle is back on strike.
Henderson bowling for the first time today. Interesting, Kevin. He's someone who has taken 262 first class wickets. Darting it in. One of the most experienced all-rounders in this South African camp, Tyrone Henderson. Played a lot of counter cricket in the UK.
Smart bowling this is from Henderson. Yes, he went for a wide the previous delivery, but he's been bowling quicker with that slight angle, and he has been changing the pace as well. Was there a nick there? Was there a nick? Let's have a replay. Let's listen to it.
Oh, he dropped it.
He dropped it. He certainly dropped it, but nevertheless, a good bowling from Henderson. He has just given away one run in this over. And Bartle, who has been going after all the bowlers, hasn't managed to get a ball in the middle of the bat of Henderson, and just as I say so, the ball just runs towards the boundary line. Not the first time I jinxed it. Won't be the last time either. Wales move up to 155 runs at the end of 40 overs. 150. Welcome back. 40 overs are done. Wales are currently 159 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. And joining with me in the commentary box is Andrew Emsley from the South African squad. Andrew, your team has done really well with the ball compared to the previous 2 games. You have done your homework well. And what do you have to say about your bowling performance?
I think it's been a great performance. The discipline from the opening bowlers set the tone for the day. They bowled a very tight line just outside off stump, great lengths, and supported by some good fielding. Certainly an improvement on our first 2 games.
Absolutely, and it was the fast bowlers who set the tone up early on in the game for your team, and now they are in a very good position. 159 for 6 is the score all about. What score would you be happy where Wales would finish from here on?
Yeah, we were at the first second drinks break. We were looking at 170, but it seems like they've been able to accelerate somewhat. So I think anything under 200 at this stage will be a good score for us to chase.
Talipa to continue. Balls a low full toss played down the ground will be just a single. Well, your batters have done really well throughout this tournament in the last two games, especially yesterday against Australia, getting 264 runs at the end of 45 overs, especially that opening partnership of 95 runs, and that really set the tone up. And anything under 200, I believe you will be confident enough to chase this down.
Yes, if we bat like we did yesterday, showed a lot of intent, good running between the wickets, and our opening pair were really positive and set the tone for the rest of the innings. Slight change today with our opening pairs changed somewhat, so it will be a different partnership, so we'll see how that goes. Our Vian Smith was opening, he's now coming in at 4 instead. And we have Mr. Holiday coming in at opening position.
This will be the final ball of the 41st over. Been a good over for South Africa so far. Davis on strike, and that cheeky from Davis. But will just be a single. That'll end the 41st over. Wales 161 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. Welcome back. Wales are currently 162 runs over the loss of 6 wickets. Well, Andrew, the conditions out here, especially the overhead conditions, are a lot different from what it is in South Africa, right? So how are you coping up with it?
Well, in certain parts of South Africa we also have the heat that we're having here, but it doesn't come usually with the humidity that's been around, so it really has been something to adapt to. We've been drinking a lot of water during the day, and topping up with lime in the evenings to make sure that we're properly hydrated.
That's what I was talking about along with my fellow commentator a while ago. You'd probably be enjoying a bottle of beer once this game is done, and in between if possible. And
yes, we have enjoyed the beer. Lion is the one that we've chosen. There's also Tiger, which is very nice. And one has to drink quite quickly here because of the heat, otherwise your beer gets warm.
It certainly does. And we'll now talk about the surfaces that you have been playing the game so far. 3 wickets, 3 different grounds you've played so far, and what have you made out of it? Is it a lot similar to South Africa or a lot different?
We've actually been impressed with the surfaces. They've been hard and consistent. In certain parts of South Africa, in the Eastern Cape and Western Cape, the pitches are very similar to these. Up in Joburg and Pretoria in the Highveld, we get much bouncier and faster pitches. But overall, we've been really, really impressed with the facilities and the condition of the ground. There's a catch on the boundary there. That's
Seems like it is.
That's Con Purchase who's taken a catch. And by the way he's standing up there, looks like he is looking forward to the end of the 45 overs.
There is a brilliant catch in the deep by Con Purchase. Was the man who did the damage with the ball, and now he has grabbed a brilliant catch, and that off Bartle, who has been batting well, 43 runs off 42, and he has to depart. Wales 163 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Bartle batted well there, he hit some lusty blows. Straight over the top for 6. The Water Boys run onto the field here. As the day has gone on, these fielders have become much more needy, wanting that liquid refreshment.
Well, the new batter for Wales will be Madhura Singh. Not long ago, he was with us in the commentary box, and he was hoping that he will not have a bat out there in the middle. He thought that his top order batters will do the job. Malik Madhurasinghe is the new batter, but South Africa have done really well to grab 7 wickets and just concede 163 runs so far. I was talking a while ago that South Africa has to finish well. They started off well, but finishing is the most important thing, and so far they've done a good job, Andrew.
Yeah, they've tightened the screws, and with 20 balls to go, it's looking like could restrict them to 180. Madhurasinghe's coming in. Good old-fashioned Welsh name, that is.
Well, apparently he's a Sri Lankan who has been settled, who is settled in Wales. So probably a bit of Welsh and Sri Lankan mix in that name.
We listened to an amazing anthem being sung by the Welsh this morning. I'm not sure what they call their language, whether it's called Welsh, but they really sang it with gusto. We couldn't understand a word of it, but it was really very well sung.
Henderson to continue. He has got a wicket. But just a while ago I checked up his stats. My fellow commentator Asanka checked up his stats, and he has got 262 first-class wickets, and one of the most experienced players in your squad, isn't he?
Yes, very experienced. As Father Time has caught up with him, he's changed from bowling those fast away swinging seamers to this gentle off-spin that he bowls. But he's made an excellent conversion. He bowls really nicely, gets a good loop on the ball. And yeah, his figures are 1 for 2 in 2. Just very useful figures at the back end of the innings. Ghulam Talib is coming in from the other end, feeling the heat. Those bow legs of his that wouldn't stop a pig in a passage. But he's a fighter.
A fuller delivery, played hard but fielded well by the field at the point region. And I'm just going through the overview of Tyrone Henderson, and he has played for quite a few good teams, from South Africa to Rajasthan Royals to Cape Cobras.
Yes, he's played a lot of cricket. He's actually a very handy batsman. He's not known for his fore defensive. He likes to swing that willow. Some good fielding there from him too. He's not a batsman who's going to hang around when he does come in, regardless of the situation.
Got it.
I think he played in one of the first seasons of the IPL, so very wide range of experiences he's had.
It's always great to have those players who have a wealth of experience behind their name in your team, especially traveling away from home, coming to a totally different setting like Sri Lanka.
He just recovered from knee surgery at the end of last year, so yesterday was his first match back from that, and he said he woke up this morning with a out of this world experience on a stiff body.
Banged up shot and pulled away for a boundary off the bat of Madhurasinghe. A valuable hit that is for the Wales team. 168 runs on the board.
Yeah, did well. Got a gift and he took full advantage of it. Henderson now runs a restaurant in his hometown in East London, and he's named the restaurant The Cricketer. Very popular restaurant, specializing in steaks.
Probably one day I'll be able to visit his restaurant and have a good steak out there.
It will be well worth a visit.
Maybe you could hook me up with a discount rate at his restaurant.
I'm sure we could organize that. Davies has been struggling, 5 off 18 balls. And so 2 overs to go, 169. So 2 tight overs here can really restrict Wales.
Come, TH. Bit of magic there, T.
Got another player in our side who's ex-first class player. He's being rested today. Dion Crace, he's played a lot of first class cricket. I haven't got his stats at my fingertips. Quite a fiery character. Known to speak his mind while he's bowling. And he generally is not that complimentary to the batsman. It's not how do you do or well played.
Went for that reverse hit, he connects it. Will be another boundary for Madhura Singh. He's getting a move on here. That was innovative from Madhura Singh. Well, Andrew, can you take us through what this tournament means for most of you all? This is more like a second chance for most of you all to play the game that you love. So can you just take us through what you feel about it?
Yes, this veterans cricket has been really an amazing experience over the last couple of years, or 4 or 5 years, where we thought that our careers were finished and we would just be watching our kids and other youngsters playing cricket. And now we've rekindled it, and the cricket is fun, but what is even more fun is the friendships that we make, and the camaraderie between teammates, and the chirping that goes on between us, the teasing, and it's so much fun. It really is. And obviously to play for the Proteas is a real honor. It wasn't something that I had anticipated I'd be doing in my 50s. And yeah, what a special opportunity to be here.
Well, absolutely, and I may call you all as over 50 boys than over 50s World Cup, because you've been giving everything that you have in the field. All the teams that I've watched so far, they play with the best of spirits.
Yeah, we certainly do. All the games we've played so far have been hard-fought games, but there's been no animosity, and a lot of friendly banter between the batsmen and the fielders. And we've always enjoyed a drink with the opposition afterwards. And that's what at our age, that's what it's all about, is just building on those friendships and experiencing these places like Sri Lanka. It's quite incredible.
In the meantime, Wales have moved up to 177 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. Is the final delivery of Henderson's over. Gives himself some room, opens his stumps, but will just be a single from Madhura Singh to end the over. Wales will end the over 178 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. We are into the final over of the Welsh innings. They've got 178 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. It'll be Talib rather, will be bowling the final over.
One last big push here from Gully. He's a real workhorse of a bowler.
Davies are now on strike.
Let's see if Davies can play some shots, or is he going to look after his average?
He certainly wants to hit some shots out there. Another boundary for Wales.
He must have been listening. That is a great little step across and heave over the mid-wicket area.
He probably must have been listening. He wanted to make a mark, especially to you, saying, I don't want to look at my average, I just want my team score to move on. 183 runs on the board. 3 lasty blows could take them up to 200 runs. But that's far away as of now, just 4 deliveries left.
I think the weather change for the Welsh must have been quite dramatic after leaving Wales in the middle of winter and arriving here in this heat. At least we are in the middle of our summer, so it's not as big a change.
A single from Davies switches in, and Malit Madhura will be back on strike. He played 2 good looking shots, a pull and a reverse sweep. Can he produce one more boundary for Wales? Here's a Talib, and Madhura Singh plays it off the pads. Will just be a single. ...184 runs on the board. You'll probably be chasing a score of around 190 to 185. And what you think should be the strategy of your batters when they go on to bat?
Well, I think it's crucial that we rotate the strike, work the ball around for singles, and not get into a hole like Wales did in the first 15 to 20 overs. They were only going at about 3 an over. So I think that's going to be the most crucial thing, is to be batting at least 4.5 to 5 and over throughout to take the pressure off towards the end.
Comes down the ground, and good bit of footwork from Talib, saving at least 1 run for his side, and that'll end the Wales innings. They will end up at 186 runs for the loss of 7, because it was a shaky start from them. They were very, very watchful early on, as Andrew mentioned a while ago. Maybe if South Africa does a lot better in the opening 10 overs, they could seize this chase.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key. That's a great effort by Ghulam Talib there. 9 overs in this heat. Really great effort, as well as Rian van der Rede, who bowled 9 overs on the trot in the beginning of the game. So yeah, hats off to these fast bowlers that have really dug deep today. I think they can be very proud of this fielding performance.
Well, yes, they can be, and credit should be given to the 2 fast bowlers who did an amazing job early on in the first 10 to 15 overs, who didn't give away any easy runs for this Welsh team. They made life harder for the Wales team, and at the end of the innings, Wales are 186 for 7 wickets. And here's the scorecard of Wales. Rees getting 22 of 37, Hem getting 40 of 79. It was a very good innings, but it was a bit slow to start off things with. But he eventually got up to a good 40, and then Bukhari getting 22, Bartle getting 43. Those were the 4 batters who scored some runs for Wales, and at the end, Davies and Madhura Singh added up valuable 14 and 12 runs each.
Okay, and here we look at the bowling. Look at Rian van der Rede there. I'm not sure why he's listed 3rd, because he bowled the first over, but 2.5 runs an over, 9 overs, 1 for 23, 0 for 23 with 1 maiden, fantastic. Tharrett also bowled well, 0 for 22. I think he went for 10 in his 6th over, so he was on 0 for 12 or 5. Smith bowling his little drifters, 1 for 31 in 9, excellent. And then Henderson did well, 1 for 11 of 3.
Well, this has been a brilliant bowling performance from South Africa. In the last 2 games, at least 4 of their bowlers went over 6 runs per over. But in this innings, almost all the bowlers have gone under 5 runs. And here's we having a look at the highlights. This is how the innings started off. It started off in a shaky fashion for Wales. They didn't get going right from the beginning. And when South Africa got those 2 wickets, Wales were in the back foot. Some good looking shots from the skipper Rees. He got up to 22 runs. And that was the first wicket that went down. Talib getting the breakthrough.
That was it!
Here's the highlight. That was that last over from Tharat that went for 10. He was very unlucky because 2 of them were big edges. Good catch there behind the stumps by the keeper, skipper. Oh, that was a very good ball. A bit of a nothing shot. Another good catch there by Mario Solomons, keeping with a sore back. And really been very sharp behind the stumps there.
Nevertheless, Wales have set up a challenging score of 186 runs. Won't be the easiest of pitches to bat on because it is pretty inconsistent. At times it's keeping low, at times it's just sliding through. So will be an exciting chase to watch when South Africa comes on to bat, chasing a score of 187 runs. And as I said before, their batting has looked very promising this tournament so far, especially their opening pair. You said that there has been a change in the opening pair, but still South Africa have some good batters in their lineup.
Yes, this lineup it bats very deep, makes selection quite difficult for the leadership team, trying to decide who to put up there and who to put down. Most of the batsmen that are batting between 7 to 10 could be in the top 4 also, so not easy, but it does give us that depth, which is really nice.
Well, thank you, Andrew, for joining with us. Hopefully we'll have you in the second innings as well, and with that we'll go for a very short commercial break. On the other hand, we'll bring the second innings of South Africa.
Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pua Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. So let's talk about the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground, we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. All right. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujitha Udavana Sports Academy. Pujitha Udavana is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9th, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? we've used door hinges and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need one person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the Pua cricket ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the side wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course, except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at Pua Leisure Private Limited. But now we're about to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is Pua Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pua Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time, and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
Yavan David, a Sri Lankan F4 driver making his way to F1 at just 17 years old, he's making waves throughout the motorsport community. Welcome, Yavan David, to the Papare family. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Thank you very much. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So to start off with, firstly, you had an amazing Spanish Grand Prix. You started 25th and you made your way up to 7th place. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, that was a very good race. It was my last race 3 weeks ago in Aragon. And yeah, it was an absolutely epic race. Made up a lot of positions, was just in the zone, picking up people. And in the end, we finished 7th. And when my engineer came on the radio and told me we were 7th, I was like, are you serious? Did we finish there? But yeah, I was just really happy, had a clear mind and kept picking off people.
And now you're on the drive to become a Formula One driver. What ignited this passion for Formula One?
I've been driving and racing for a long time. I mean, I started back in 2014, started at Bandaragama actually, and I think I just had that natural passion and talent as well, and it's what I've wanted to do since I was 6 years old, and it's my goal for so long that I've just wanted to continue for a long time, and I still have that passion. So it all started back in 2014 when I drove a go-kart for the first time and fell in love.
Yes, and how did your journey start? Because we don't often hear about a lot of Sri Lankans making their way through the motorsports community. So what type of steps did you take?
Well, it started off in Bandaragama actually. My dad took me to the go-kart track and we tried driving for the first time. I was only 6 years old and I just had like this passion and I wanted to go more, and we went a few more times to the track and I said, this is what I want to do. Can we get a go-kart and start? So my dad bought a go-kart, and in 2014 I was living in Singapore at the time, and we practiced every weekend at the track, getting quicker, learning the basics about go-karting, and I started my first race in 2015 when I was 7 years old.
And how was your first race at just 7 years old?
Yeah, it was very interesting. I mean, I was super excited. I can still remember it now. It's been 9 years, but I was just so excited. I just wanted to drive. I didn't think about it being a race too much because I just loved driving. And then my first year was very good. I had a couple overseas races, finished in the top 10 a few times, and I really enjoyed it. After that, I started to go to Europe and started to go abroad for a couple races, and that's where the career just kept on going.
Did you ever have a moment of realization that once you were in a car, you were like, wait a minute, I'm actually on the track, I'm actually driving and pursuing my dream? Did you ever have a moment of realization like that?
I think the first time I drove an F4 car coming out of karting, that's when I really realized, wow, this is incredible, because you feel like you're in a car, you know, it's a bit similar to F1 in a sense when you first start, and that's when I realized, I was like, wow, this is really coming true.
And fast forward, you're 17 now. What are the day-to-day challenges that you face as a racing driver?
I think as a driver, it's difficult to balance, you know, my studies with racing, because I'm doing my A-levels now, and it's a lot of balance, a lot of time management. So that's one of the biggest struggles, and also balancing personal life, like family, and spending time with them. I have a lot of traveling to do, and I go almost every week for races. So just spending time with them and balancing that. But it's challenges that I'm willing to face, so I'm quite happy with it.
And I mean, you're no ordinary student, right? So what are the types of stereotypes that you think you face as a racing driver, or as a racing driver may face in general?
I think many things that, many stereotypes is that I only am a racing driver, I only think about racing, I only do stuff about racing, and I do a lot, to be fair, but I also have a personal life at home, you know. I love to play basketball, I love to go out and play golf with some friends, so one of the biggest stereotypes is that, but I do have my own life as well. I am my own personality, so it's like a lot of people can see that from when I post on Instagram and post on social media, so I'm quite happy with what I've done.
Moving on to adapting to challenges, like you mentioned, it's so hard on what you must go through, conditions. How do you adapt to different weathers, time, travel? It must be a lot on your body.
Yeah, it's a lot, you know, with jet lag and the traveling. I think what plays a huge role, and is something you can't control, is experience. So I've done it so much that I've just gotten used to it over time. But, you know, you can do these little things to help, which is like adjusting to jet lag on flights and stuff like that, and calling your family, reminding yourself of home. So I've just kind of gotten used to that, and it's okay now. So.
And how do you balance mental challenges? Because it isn't just about you sitting in the car and driving really, really fast. Mm-hmm. Obviously, there's so many mental challenges that come along with it.
Yeah.
How do you balance that?
I think mental performance is one of the most important things in this sport. I mean, I struggle sometimes with putting pressure on myself. I don't really feel external pressure too much because I've zoned that out mentally. But what I struggle with is putting pressure on myself, and what I try to do is meditate every day and, you know, try and clear my mind, especially before I drive. And that really helps. And keeping that cool and composed mind during racing just helps me excel and go quicker.
Now, on a lighter note, who is your favourite F1 driver?
Definitely Lewis Hamilton. I mean, I've been watching him since I was young, before he was in Mercedes even, back in McLaren in the early days. So he's been my idol for a long time, so I've looked up to him all my life.
Are we seeing a little bit of a pattern? You've got the braids going on as well. So, I mean, who wouldn't you like? I mean, obviously we all look up to Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah.
He's a great driver. Who was your F1 role model?
I think for a long time, my role model was probably Senna, actually, because the way he looked at things, the mental power he had, a lot of things that he said I learned from. And Lewis as well, but I think Senna played a big role on teaching me about the mental side as well.
And what do you think of the next season's lineup of F1 drivers? It's been a bit of a silly season.
Yes.
Lewis to Ferrari.
Yeah.
Like, what are your thoughts on that?
It's a very big shake-up. I mean, I've been so entertained just watching all of it unravel, all of it unfold. But I'm really looking forward to Hamilton at Ferrari. I mean, it's the dream team. I'm sure you're excited as well.
I am.
So.
I'm very excited. Ferrari all the way.
Exactly.
All the way.
I'm sure everyone is looking forward to it. So
Definitely.
yeah, I am too.
And could you imagine a F1 track in Sri Lanka? A Grand Prix in Sri Lanka?
I can imagine it. I've dreamt it so many times and like racing on it. I think one of my main goals actually is after I retire is to make that happen and see within the next few years or the next lifetime for me. But I would love to see that. I've definitely dreamt of it before.
And where would you imagine it?
I think a Colombo street circuit would be pretty cool, right?
Street circuit down Goldface Green, throughout the hotels. Honestly, I'm surprised it hasn't already happened.
Yeah, it would be really cool.
And like, I mean, I think one of the things that I often think about when it comes to drivers is what they go through before a race. Do you have any superstitions, like putting the right glove on first, tying your shoelace extra tight? Like
I used to have superstitions like always eating ice before driving, actually. Because, okay, that actually helped cool my body down as well. But that was always a superstition I used to do. And I realized I got too sucked up in superstitions, and now I don't have anything because I realized it's useless for me. I mean, it could help other people, but now I have no superstitions. But I do have a ritual, which is 1 minute of just clearing my mind before I drive when I'm in the car, and then I just drive.
I see a lot of drivers, they tend to sit in the car and they sort of like picture them going on the track and just filling all the indicators and everything like that, hitting the apexes. So is that something that you do?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you see all the F1 drivers and everyone getting in the cars very early, and that's not only to just be prepared like so that the race starts, but also to just clear your mind and be in the zone in the car, and then you start driving. So that really helps.
And do you have a hype song?
I have a few hype songs. I don't listen to them every time, but let's say All of the Lights by Rihanna, that's a good one. The F1 theme song, actually, that's a great hype song. So I listen to that, yeah.
That's honestly, I think there's no better song to listen.
I think everyone is hyped up by the F1 theme song.
They really are. Every time you watch a Grand Prix, as soon as that comes on, everyone's like, all right, sit down, it's here.
Yeah, exactly.
And do you have a favorite track to drive on?
Yeah, I'd say probably the Abu Dhabi circuit. I raced there in January in F4 UAE, and I really enjoyed that track. I mean, I'd say it's quite underrated. The hotel section and the long corners, I really like that track, so yeah.
And is there a track that you haven't driven on yet that you're dying to drive on? If you were told tomorrow that you're driving on this track, which one would it be?
I think everyone's going to pick this one, but it's Monaco.
Definitely.
I mean, the history and just how it looks, I really want to drive it. So
and
yeah,
I mean,
Senna
Senna driving on Monaco.
Yeah.
The history behind it.
Exactly.
And also the yachts. The rich
The
lifestyle.
vibe. Yeah.
It's
I mean,
fantastic.
it's and the circuit itself is just it's god tier. It's on another level. So yeah.
And if you could describe your career and your journey in a word or a sentence, what would it be?
Improvement. I feel like my whole career I've been improving. I mean, when I started, there was no way I could drive how I am now. And it's the same in any sport. I'm sure like Usain Bolt couldn't set the world record the first time he ran. So I'd say I've been improving my whole life, every race, every career, every lap. So, and that's how it's still going. I mean, I'm in F4 now. I will be in F3 in a couple of years and then F2. And I just have to keep improving with every car, every track. So yeah. my work.
how important is it for you to have such a huge support system with your family, your team? Can you explain a little bit about how they help you on your day-to-day life?
Yeah, I mean, my family has been there through the whole process. I mean, they've come with me to races and traveled with me everywhere, and also they've sacrificed a lot of time with me when I'm away, and sacrificed school as well when they come to see me. So they support a lot, and I really appreciate it. I don't even see it as pressure when they come to the races and stuff. I just see it as support. So they've played a big role in being there for me, which I really appreciate.
And I mean, at just 17 years old, what would you tell your younger self back in those karts?
I would have just said to relax, you know, like whatever happens, happens, and you just keep doing your thing, because, and that's what I still say to a lot of the younger generations who are starting karting, like just be relaxed, you know, do what you need to do, but don't overthink things, and you'll get there. Just put the work in and don't doubt it.
And that's moving on to my next question. What would you go ahead and tell the young kids that are going to the kart every week, that are trying to be exactly like you, because you are a role model for the motorsport community in Sri Lanka? What is one thing that you would tell them to do besides the overthinking part? How would you motivate them?
I'd say that if you put the work in, you will get there. So I think that would give them a lot of reassurance, you know, because it is true. If you put the right work in and you don't doubt it and you keep working on yourself, you will get there and it will work out. So that's what I'd say to them.
And now explain what your next steps are. What is next for Yavan David?
So currently I'm racing in Formula 4, which is the starting blocks of the ladder to F1 after karting. So next year I will probably be racing in the European F3 campaign. So that's all over Europe, all the tracks like in Austria and Belgium.
Wow.
So that would be the next step next year. And then the years after, it's not confirmed yet, but I'm looking to go to Formula 3, like global F3, which is all over the world. They go to Australia and stuff. And then it's F2, which is the same as well, global. And then the next step is F1. So that's the next few steps.
That is crazy to think about that. And of course, moving from where you are and going to Formula 4, the training must completely shift. Or does it?
To be honest, it's actually quite similar. I mean, it's the same process, the same things. Obviously, it'll alter a little bit. Maybe you do more weights in the gym, more stuff like that. But the mental training is very similar. So actually, yeah, it is quite similar.
Great, great. And finally, I would love to ask you, what are your Formula 1 predictions for the rest of the season?
I don't want to say anything too soon to jinx anyone, but I would say Lando for the championship. I mean, he's only 78 points away, but I think we could see it happening. McLaren's getting up there, so it'd be cool to see Lando world champion. And what about you?
Oh, okay. As a Ferrari fan, definitely I would love to see a championship from Charles, but I'm not too sure. I think he's deserving of it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I always love seeing Hamilton up there, but realistically, I'd have to go for the McLaren side.
Yeah,
and as an Australian, Oscar Piastri, I mean, he's gunning it right now.
Yeah, of course.
As he's 21 or 22.
Yeah, it's his second year in F1, so yeah.
That's crazy.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining Papare today with us. We wish you the very, very best, and we know for a fact that we'll be seeing Yavan David on the F1 circuit very, very soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
මම මෙලේ ඇත්තට මම මෙලේ කෙනෙක් මෙලේලාට හොඳ කණ්ඩෝලේ ඔය ෆීජි නිව්සීලන්ඩ් සැමෝන් හැම ප්ලේ කෙනෙක් ඔය කාටන් සමස් එකට ආවනේ. එතකොට අපි කම්පීට් කරන්න ඒගොල්ලන් ප්ලේයර්ස් එක්කනේ. ඕනේ රග්බි ප්ලේ කෙනෙක්ගෙන් අනිවාර්යෙන් ඩිසිප්ලින් එකක් තිබ්බ නැත්නම් කැපවීමක් තිබ්බ නැත්නම් ඔයාට කවදාවත් ඒ තැනට මගේ ඒ ගෝල්ඩ් එකට යන්න බෑ. කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් අබ් එකට ගහනවා කියන්නේ ඒක ඊට වඩා දෙයක් නෑ ලයිෆ් එකේ. ඒ කියන්නේ I think ශ්‍රී ලංකා ටීම් එකට ගැහුවා වගේ තමයි. කෝලේ ගහන කාලේ මට ඕනේ එක්කනේ ඕනේ ප්ලේ කෙනෙක්ට ඒක අනිවාර්යෙන් ඕනේ දෙයක්. මොකද මගේ ඉන්ඩිවිජුවල් දේවල් කරා මම මගේ අර ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකේ කොහොමද මගේ වේට් එක වැඩි කරගන්න ඕනේ ටීම් එකට කොච්චරක් උදව් කරනවද ක්‍රියේට් කරන්න කවුද අන්න ඒකින්ද මම බෙස්ට් ප්ලේ කෙනෙක් විදිහට ගන්නෙ. එයා කොච්චරක් දෙයක් කරනවද කියලා. ඉතින් මම ගහන කාලේ අපි ජපාන් වලට අපි මාර ෆයිට් එකක් අපි දෙන්නේ. දැන් ඒක එහෙම නෑ. ඒක කවදාවත් මම නම් හිතන්නේ දැන් මේ ඉන්න ප්ලේයර්ස්ලාට ගන්න පුළුවන් කියලා.
ආයුබෝවන් නොදුටු මිනිසා. අද අපිත් එක්ක ඉන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ රග්බි පුරාවෘතයක්. අපිත් කුඩා කාලේ සෑහෙන රස විඳපු ක්‍රීඩකෙක්, කරන්න බැරි දෙයක් නැති ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. රග්බි ක්‍රීඩාවේදී ස්ක්‍රම් හාෆ් කෙනෙක් හැටියට එහෙමත් නැත්නම් කික් කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. පන්දුවත් එක්ක ධාවනය කරන්න පුළුවන්. හොඳ සයිඩ් ස්ටෙප්ස් තිබුණු ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඉතින් කතා කරන්න ගොඩක් දේවල් තියේවි. අද අපේ නොදුටු මිනිසා අම්ජද් බක්ස්. ආයුබෝවන් අම්ජද්.
ආයුබෝවන්.
ඉතින් මුලින්ම කතා කරන්න ගොඩක් දේවල් තිබුණත් මට හිතෙනවා මේ වෙනකොට ඔබ මැලේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයේ පුහුණුකරු හින්දා පුහුණුකාර ජීවිතේ මොන වගේද කියලා කතාව ආරම්භ කරන්න.
ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම පුහුණුකරුවෙක් විදියට මම ඇත්තටම මට මැලේකින් මම මැලේ ඇත්තටම මම මැලේ කෙනෙක්. ඒකින්ද මට ලංකාවේ මැලේ ක්ලබ් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒක සෑන්ඩ මං පොඩ්ඩක් ඉතිහාසය ගැන කියන්න කියලා අවුරුදු 150ක් හරිද ඒකින් මෙලේකේ අර නිකන් නිම වෙලා වගේම තමයි තිබ්බේ. ඔය දැන් මෑතකදී තමයි ඔය මෙලේකේ ගොඩාක්ම ක්‍රීඩකයන් ගොඩක්ම කට්ටිය ආවේ. එතකොට ඒකේ දැන් ඔය තියෙනවනේ මෙලේ කමිටිස් වගේ තියෙනවනේ. ඒ කමිටිස් වල ඉන්නවා ඒකේ රගර් ගහපු කට්ටිය ගොඩක් කට්ටිය. ඒගලන්ට අවශ්‍යතාවයක් තිබ්බා මෙලේ මේ ටීම් එකක් හදන්න. එතකොට මාම තමයි ඒගලන් තෝරගත්තේ. ඇත්තම කියනවා නම් ඒගලන්ගේ ඇත්තට මට මාර විදියට සපෝට් එකක් දෙනවා. මෙන්න මෙලේ එකේ කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා අන්දේ මමත් මෙලේ හින්දා අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මෙලේ ටීම් එකක් දාමු. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙලේ කිව්වට මෙලේ කට්ටිය විතරක් නෙවෙයි. ඒ කියන්නේ හැම එක්කෙනෙක්ටම ඇවිල්ලා ගහන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක මම තමයි කිව්වේ. මං කිව්වා මට මෙලේ කට්ටිය විතරක් නෙවෙයි. මට හැම ඒ කියන්නේ මේ ලංකාවේ අපි ක්ලබ් එකක් දානවා නම් හැමෝටම දෙන්න ඕන chance එකක් විදියට මෙලේ ක්ලබ් එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ සිංහලද බර්ගද එහෙම නෙවෙයි. ඒක හැම ආගමයකම කමන්නේ ඇවිල්ලා ප්ලේ කරන්න. එතකොට ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම මට මාර්ග සපෝට් එකක් දුන්නා ඒ ක්ලබ් එකෙන්. දැනුත් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් පටන්ගෙන අපි ගිය අවුරුද්දේ පොඩම ඉතිහාසය කියන්නම්. මොකද අපි පටන් ගත්තේ 2018. අපි කමිටියෙන් කිව්වා කමන්නේ අපි C ඩිවිෂන් අපි ගමු. මම කිව්වා කමන්නේ. ඒක හොඳයි. අපි ස්ටාර්ට් එක C ඩිවිෂන් ගමු. අපිට එකපාරට මේක කරන්න බෑ. C ඩිවිෂන් ගමු කියලා. ඉන්නා මම කිව්වා C ඩිවිෂන් ගහලා අපි ප්ලේයර්ස් ටිකක් ගෙනල්ලා අපි පොඩ්ඩක් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරමු. ඇත්තටම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකක් තිබ්බනේ. අපි ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරේ ක්‍රිකට් ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකේ. ඒ ක්‍රිකට් ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එක අපි සයිඩ් එකේ මේක ෆෝමේෂන් එකක් හදලා ක්ලබ් එකේ මම කිව්වා ක්ලබ් එකට මම රික්වෙස්ට් කරා රයිට් මට පෝස්ට් එකක් දෙන්න කිකින් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න. මොකද මම කරපු දේ අනිවාර්යෙන් අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා ඕනේ හැම දෙයක්ම තියෙන්න ඕනේ. අපි ක්ලබ් එකක් ගහනවා නම්. ඊට කිව්වා රයිට් කමන්නේ මම අපි ඔක්කොම හදලා දෙන්නම් කියලා ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරා. සීසන් එක මාස 3ක් තිබ්බේ. අපි ෆස්ට් ටයිම් අන්ඩර් ඒ කියන්නේ 2018 C division ෆස්ට් ටයිම් අපි පාර්ටිසිපේට් කරා. අපි චැම්පියන් වුණා. ඒක මාර විදිහට ඒ කියන්නේ ඉන්න ළමයිට මේ කියන්නේ මෙලේ මේ ක්ලබ් එකටයි මාර විදිහට ඇත්තට මේ ඒ හිතාගන්න බෑ ඒ මෙච්චර ඉක්මනට කියලා මේ අපි චැම්පියන් සයිඩ් එකක් වුණේ ඒක මාරිද පුදුමයක් වුණා ඒක. ඒත් දැන් උනත් සාර්ථක විදියට දේවල් කරගෙන යනවා.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඔබට පේනවා ඇති ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හැටියට කෙතරම් දක්ෂයෙක්ද කෙතරම් වැඩකාරයෙක්ද කියලා අපිට මතකයි. ඔහු අපි කුඩා කාලේ ඔහුගේ තරුණ කාලේ තවත් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හැටියට ඒ වගේම පුහුණුකරුවෙක් හැටියට මේ වෙනකොට තාම හොඳ සේවයක් කරමින් ඉන්නවා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ රග්බි ක්‍රීඩාව වෙනුවෙන්. ඉතින් මැලේ ජාතිකයෙක් නිසා ඊටම මේ රසවත් වේ කතා බහ මම හිතන්නේ වෙනස්ම සංස්කෘතියක් ගැන ඔබට කතා කරන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබෙවි. අපි යමු පුංචි කාලේට. කොහොමද බක්ස්ගේ පුංචි කාලේ කොහොමද ක්‍රීඩාවට යොමු වුනේ? ඒ කාලේ ගැන කතා කරොත්.
ඒ කාලේ ඇත්තම කියනවා නම් ඒ දවස්වල අපේ පරම්පරාවක් ඉන්නවා මේ රග්බි වලටම. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි පරම්පරාව ගත්තොත් එහෙම මට කලින් ගහපු මේ දැන් ඉන්න ප්ලේයර්ස් ඒ කියන්නේ කෝචස්ලා ගන්නුව ඔය නම් කිව්ව කමක් නැහැ නේ. රොනි ඉබ්‍රාහිම් හරිද ඉරිනි ඉබ්‍රාහිම් දැන් එයා අපතරින් නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔය රාජා අපේ දැන් අයියා කියන්නේ අයියා මගේ අයියත් ඒ මං අයියත් එක්ක ගහලා තියෙනවා. ඒතකොට එයා ඒකට ගන්න බෑ. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන් අපි ආවේ රග්බි බෑග්ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකකින් තමයි අපි ආවේ. ඒකින්ද අපිට ගොඩාක් අර මේ ආසාව ඇඟේම තියෙනවනේ දැන් ඇඟේම තියෙනවනේ. ඒකින්ද අපිට ඒ රග්බි ආසාව පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳලා තිබ්බා. මොකද මම පොඩි කතාවක් කියන්නම්. මම මානව කින්සුත් විද්‍යාලය තමයි ගියේ. හරිද? එතකොට අපිට මට ඉස්කෝලේ යන්න තිබ්බේ මීටර් 500ක් විතර තමයි තිබ්බේ. එතකොට මේ අපි
Hello, very good afternoon. We are back at the MCA Grounds in Colombo for this run chase now with a game between Wales and South Africa in this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 4th-day action. With Wales, they opted to bat first. They managed to score 186 for the loss of 7 wickets in their 45 overs. They got off to a slow start, but they managed to get some challenging total on the board against this South African side. This is the batting card. Wales 186 for 7 in their 45 overs. Hemp put up a solid platform for them. 40 of 79, 22 apiece from Papare and Rees. Bartle played the long handle. It's 43 of just 42 balls, giving them going past that 180 run mark, while Davies and Madhura Singh provided that finishing touches for Wales side with quick cameos. With the ball, its purchase has been exceptional with his off spin, with his left arm orthodox rather. 9 overs, 3 for 43, while Talib also get couple of wickets in 9 overs, conceding just 47 runs. All have been really economical, unless that last few overs went for some runs, with Smith and Henderson also picking up a wicket apiece. First 5 wickets has fallen for just 102 runs, but then they still managed to get 186 for the loss of 7 wickets in their 45 overs with 24 extras as well. Joining with me in the com box, Abid. Abid, very good afternoon. Here we can see Con Purchase got 3 wickets. Has been sensational. His bowling with wicket to wicket. He's been so much consistent.
Well, he bowled in the right channels, isn't it? He kept the batsman guessing, and then the odd one that came back in got him that LBW wicket. He kept the wicket stumbling, but Bartle just kept his strike and kept on scoring for the Wales Over-50s as they have started warming up. They've got a few fast bowlers. Early on today in the morning, there was a lot of swing for the South African fast bowlers. We have Ali Buhari from Wales who can swing that ball both ways. And as these Welshmen get ready, they have already two wins behind their belt. They'll want to get another win. South Africa coming off that loss against Australia yesterday. They played in two grounds adjoining each other yesterday, Malinda. One played at the Burger Recreational Centre, and then Wales played at the Colombo Cricket Club, where they saw each other playing but not in the same ground. Today they're playing against each other.
Yes, indeed. South Africa, though, they are yet to off the mark in this competition, with losing both games they played so far in this tournament. But Wales, on the other hand, they have won a couple of games in 3 games, as they are on the top 2 positions of the Group B points table, with Australia winning all 3 games they played so far in that Group B.
They've also got a few spinners, as you can see. Madhur Singh didn't play yesterday. He was in the comm box with us, was talking a lot about how his team functions and how the Wales cricket setup is. There you go, they've got a left-arm Chinaman as well.
That's going to be a great option on the surface. With other matches, another 5 games taking place around here. In addition to this game, Canada posted 251 for 5 in their 45 overs. That's been a great challenge for India. Pakistan, on the other hand, they all managed to get 242 for the loss of 8 wickets in their 45 overs against the clash with West Indies. England looks such a dominant. They are inroads to another brilliant win over UAE. UAE get bowled out for 112. England at the moment 72 for 1 in 13 overs, with just 41 runs away from the victory.
Well, England are the current holders of the IMC Over-50s World Cup. Their batting has been very good. They've struck very well with a very good strike rate. And also Sri Lanka are playing quite well. They've got Namibia all out for 128. They also have quite a few players that can make a mark. And look at that, the mascot for Wales. They bring the mascot for every single game. It was there yesterday at the Colombo Cricket Club grounds as well. There to wish the Wales Over-50s good luck.
Zimbabwe managed to get over that 200 run mark, 205 for 9 in 45 overs against New Zealand. It's going to be another interesting battle.
These are the South African openers. They've done pretty well so far, the openers. Yahya Jiva has been the pick of the batsman for them. He scored 85 in one, 55 in the other. He'll look to try to make a mark as the umpires, together with the players, walk onto the field. For the next 45 overs, this game will really make us know who will go through from this pool. Pool A this is. We'll see how these two teams go about it, and they'll want to try to get the win, South Africa.
Yes, indeed, Abid. Yahya Jiva is the leading run scorer for South Africa in this competition so far. 140 runs in couple of innings. He played. Mario Solomons, the skipper, he is also leading the chart at second place with 58 runs in 2 innings. But Jiva, on the other hand, averaging 70 and its strike rate of 93.96 is look in good touch. While Dave Backer also scored 49 runs in a couple of innings as well.
There on your screen. And there on your screen was Ali Buhari. He's the fast bowler for Wales, left arm fast bowler. Highest wicket taker so far in this tournament. can pose a big threat to the South African opening batsman.
Yes, Ali Bukhari. 3 innings and 9 wickets. Economy rate of 3.87. Average 8.89 as well. And even Rees as well. 8 wickets picked up in 3 innings with a average of 13.88. So 3 Wales bowlers right on there. Julian Bollinger also get 7 wickets as well, averaging 15. So these bowlers will have a lot to play with the new ball as well. Yaya Jiva, the opening batter for South Africa, will on strike now, along with Henderson, Tyrone Henderson. Here's the first ball. So we have a left armer as well with the new ball. It's going to be interesting battle against the right-hander.
Shape early on. Ali Bukhari getting shape. Very good bowler Bukhari. He'll keep the batsman guessing. He'll try to make this one go away from the batsman, which he does, and it's just sort of slip. 2 slips in place. It's just on cue. One came back in, the other went back out. He's keeping the batsman guessing, and he's only bowled 2 balls.
Look at this. Went away from the right hand, dropped short of the slip fielder.
That's a cue to say that the ball is not coming onto the bat as fast as the batsman would like it to. So maybe the keeper and the slips should come up a bit. Bukhari has a lot of pace, yes, but very tiring day. He was there with the bat as well, yesterday as well. There you go, trying to cut it away there. Jiva missing on that occasion.
This time runs down to third man. Off the mark, South Africa, with Jiva gets that run down to third man. So Henderson on strike now. Bukhari bowling from the Vidyamawat end. Both are right-handers, so Bukhari will love bowling with this angle. Wild swing, and it's runs away for a boundary. First boundary for South Africa. Henderson off the mark in style with a boundary first ball.
Well, the intent is pretty clear from Henderson. It was there to be hit. It was an in-swinger. It was a very good ball, but he just gave himself a bit of room and went through the onside. There was no fielder back there. It's the first power play. Only 3 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle, and using that to good effect. There are boundaries that are vacant. There is space that is vacant. First boundary of the game for South Africa, and they'll need a lot of that if they are to chase down that target. 182 runs away now.
That's clearly missing leg. Eventful first over. None for 5 South Africa, chasing 187 to win.
Duke side, guys, Duke side.
First over completed then. Good over from Bukhari first up. But a good boundary from Henderson got them to 5. New bowler into the attack from the other end. John Tuffill comes in to bowl, going with pace from both ends. Malinda early on, they want to get the ball swinging, which they saw happening with Buhari as well.
Yes, they want to get that full use of the new ball. Slightly fuller. It starts off.
Left armour from one end, right armour from the other end. Right arm seam now from Tuffill. Hits him on the pads, but it will trickle down to fine leg. Batsman crossover for a single. Leg buys there. Well, have a look at his action in the next ball. He reminds me a bit of Jack Cullis. Have a look at the next ball when he bowls. Be mindful of the action. He'll remind you of Jack Cullis, and you're playing against South Africa as well.
That's a bit of movement, but no one will stop that one. 4 by is signaled by the umpire.
Well, unfortunate for Tuffill. It was a good delivery. The wicket keeper should have maybe caught that, or maybe the slip fielder should have gone behind that, but it's a very, very fast outfield. And the ball will go to the boundary. So 2 boundaries now. That didn't come off the bat. 4 byes, but they'll take it nonetheless. On the pads, hits him on the pads, but then Tuffill's reaction says everything that it should. That's going down leg. But very good first over so far from Tuffill. Just his wicket keeper's mistake making that 4 byes go. Coming down the track on that occasion, Henderson, and that ends the second. 2 overs gone, it's 7 for no loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papar TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
10 runs on the board for South Africa. They are chasing 187 to win. Bukhari will continue from Vidya Mavaten with his left arm seam bowling against Henderson. Jiva on strike rather. Good start once again from Bukhari.
Buhari got 3 wickets yesterday. He has a 4-wicket haul already and another 3 wickets to go to his name. And he goes after it, and he goes after it very well. Uppish, but it goes for 4. Very good shot from Jiwa. He's been the batsman in form for South Africa, and he's showing why. Brilliant shot.
Yes, indeed. Played uppishly into the gap and running down to that boundary towards the deep extra cover.
Now they brought that fielder in the catching position because the ball went a bit uppish. Buhari a bit expensive early on. Quick single for Jiwa, will get off strike. Very good stuff. Got the boundary, now rotating the strike.
Leg by signal by the umpire. 15 runs on the board. Papare conceded a couple of boundaries so far. In 9 balls he delivered.
But it's a very good start for South Africa. If you recall, Wales had a very, very slow start because the bowlers bowled very well. The fielding was very good as well from South Africa. But the fielding from South Africa has led them, from Wales rather, has led them down a bit in these early stages because South Africa was just scoring at 2 runs and over.
Shot again, but it's straight to mid-off. A little bit of pumble, but he's managed to hold on.
And he's showing you how he caught it. There you go, he's showing everyone how he caught it. It was uppish, the fielder was placed for that. He went after the bowling. He went after it, and there, let's see how he caught it. Yes, that's exactly how he caught it.
This first wicket has fallen for South Africa. Papare get their breakthrough. Tyrone Henderson walks back for 4. South Africa 15 for 1.
New batsman in for South Africa. Holiday comes in. There are holidays on both sides. The holiday from Wales is taking a holiday today, and then now walks in the holiday for South Africa. But this is why he's walking in, because Henderson wanted to go after the bowling, and it was well caught by Bartle. Scored a quick fire 40 for his team, and now in the field as well, making an impact. Juggled it once, twice, but then caught it the way he showed all of us. There you go, just if the cameraman can keep that shot. They're using ice in their hats as well, in their caps. There you go, that's what he's doing there. He has ice in his hats, and he has a cube of ice in his mouth as well, because it's extremely hot and humid here. It's 2:15 in the afternoon. Munia Holiday comes in. Has not had a big score to his name so far in this tournament, Holiday. Now the 2 slips. There's a fielder, a catching fielder on the leg side. Mid-off is up as well. What a delivery. What a delivery to end the over from Buhari. Very good over, 1 wicket off that. 3 overs done, it's 15 for 1.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Very good ball to end the over from Buhari to end the third over. Tuffill now will continue. Shifting the field here and there. We'll see what he comes up with.
Sri Lanka off to a fine start, chasing that 129 run target against Namibia. 46 without loss at the moment after 8 overs. That's a wide delivery once again from Tuffill. $16 runs on the board. G on strike, 6 of 11.
Have a look at that extras count. 7 extras. South Africa has just scored the 17 runs, and out of the 17, 7 extras. Wales won't be too happy with that. They were very disciplined with their bowling yesterday against India, where they managed to upset a very good team. But if they continue with this, they might not be able to contain this South African batting lineup.
That's beating the edge once again. Moving away from the right-hander.
Well, it's just continuing to swing more and more as the day progresses, just missing the outside edge. Some very good bowling from the Welshman in patches here and there.
On the pads, down to fine leg. Good bit of work from the fielder. Just a single.
Middle.
17 for 1 with 3 balls remaining in this over. Now it's a Holiday back on strike.
The runs have dried up after that wicket. They're making a few changes in the field as well. Good ball, good delivery. That's what he needs to continue doing, Tuffill. Bowl wicket to wicket and get the batsman only defending and not going for the big shot.
Once again, he's chasing that wide delivery. Holiday. They are looking for runs early on in the chase, looking to put Wales side under pressure early in the chase. Last ball coming up. Very good bowling. This from Tuffill. End of another tied over from him. 4 overs completed, 17 for 1.
Which side are you shining?
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Bukari to continue from Vidya Mavatain. Full and wide once again.
Getting the batsman to play at the delivery. He still has the 2 slips. Have a look at that. He knows that Jiva is an attacking batsman. He's getting him to play. And hopefully he finds that edge. But if it does strike the middle of the bat for Jiva, that's just going out of the park. But that one comes back in. Mixing it up, Buhari. Very, very good bowling.
Yes, indeed. Bowling around that off and middle. Make the batter struggling. Off the edge and taken. Brilliant bowling this from Bukari. And he provided the second wicket as well for Wales. Caught at second slip. Jiva perishes.
Well, it was meant to happen. He was bowling that line and he had the 2 slips for a reason, and that's the reason. That's the reason why he had the 2 slips. Very good bowling. Made the batsman play at it. And finally getting the breakthrough that he really does deserve. And he's got the man in form out. The big man out. Jiva departs for 7. South Africa now in a spot of bother. Good start, but they need to continue with it. It's 17 for 2.
(17 for 2). Brilliant bowling display from Bukari. Both openers back in the pavilion for South Africa, chasing 187 runs to win.
Two wickets to the highest wicket taker in the IMC Over-50s World Cup. But that was a thing of beauty. Both bowled it right next to that 5th, 6th stump area. Got the batsman playing. He did that early on in the over. He got him playing, and this time the celebration says it all. He has done the job for his team. He's got the big fish.
Craig Lyons, the new man in for South Africa, in at number 4. South Africa under pressure with losing both openers within just 5 overs. This time slightly down the leg side. Call it a wide. Peter Tate.
But have a look at that swing. That might have been a wide delivery, but the swing is still there on this pitch. This pitch still hasn't died down. And now the outswinger. And now the outswinger. If I was the batsman, I wouldn't have wanted to be a batsman. If Ali Buhari is going to bowl at me like this. He's been the bowler in form, the batsman in form. He's been very, very good.
Brilliant. This is good bowling. He's mixing it up brilliantly at the moment. 2 for 10. There's one more drill remaining in his 3rd over. One more drill remaining for South Africa, with 10 overs still remaining in this power play, with only 3 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle.
Last ball of the over, then a very good over for the Wales Over-50s. And they'll run off a leg byes to end the 5th over. A very, very good over comes to an end from Buhari. Got the big fish. 5 overs done. It's 18 for 2.
Worries continue for South Africa as they have lost 2 wickets for just 19 runs. 2 big wickets in that of Henderson and Jiwa. Well, but we all know that South Africa has a very, very deep batting lineup. 184 is not a lot, considering that this is a 45 over game. Left alone.
Big job on their hands here for Lions and Holiday just to consolidate and get a partnership going. No need to panic at this stage.
Absolutely, the required run rate is just 4.24. That's not a lot, considering the amount of promise that these South African batsmen have shown throughout the last 2 games. But what they have to keep in their mind is put their heads down and see this tough phase out, because Bukhari from one end has been swinging the ball both ends. See him off, play safely for another 5 to 6 overs, and from there on they can accelerate.
Yeah, I quite agree. Toggle bowling in nice shape there, moving it away from the right-hander. A slight concern for the batsman is the ball hasn't been carrying very well, so keeping quite low, which suggests it might be a little bit difficult to get away. There's a nice shot.
That's a lovely hit through the gap on the offside for a boundary. A much needed boundary will ease some nerves on the South African lineup. Lions was the man.
Lions sunk his teeth into a juicy off volley there. Lovely shot.
A much needed shot that he's from Lions. On the other hand, Bukhari has been doing really well from the other end, continuing his good form from the previous 3 games and nicely clipped away yet again from Lions. Does this have the legs to run away? Yes, it has. Back-to-back boundaries for Lions. Tagil now under the pumper. Lion has taken the charge on him.
Tagil straying onto the leg side with very little protection down there.
Seems to be the 3rd boundary in a row. Yes, it is. Lions have put the pressure back on the Welsh camp as he will end the over with 3 back-to-back boundaries.
After bowling his first 15 balls for a mere 2 runs, he goes for 12 in 3 balls. Suggests the heat might be getting to him a bit. But Lions did well to put away those bad balls. When you get a bad ball, you got to cash in, and he certainly did.
Absolutely, those 3 balls were not the best of balls from Tughill as Lions put all 3 of them away for the boundary line, and this is exactly what South Africa should do in the next few overs. Respect the good balls and put away the looseness, and maybe keep rotating the strike and keep ticking that scoreboard. If not, the pressure will mount up on you, but South Africa have done well in the previous over, so they have the luxury to see this over from Bukhari off, because he has been rolling brilliantly.
Holiday has been patient in his first innings, and he's no stranger to the number 3 position, and he'll realise that there's no need to rush here. See off the front line bowler and build his innings.
Here's Bukhari to bowl the second delivery of his 4th over. Seen off well by Holiday. Well, if you have a look at this pitch, there's quite an unusual climb up for the bowler bowling from this end, from where Papare is bowling from, and you don't see that a lot in venues around the world.
Yes, this pitch is really elevated both ends. It took some of the bowlers a bit of getting used to running up over that mound.
Would certainly have given the calves of the faster bowlers a good exercise, especially for the South African fast bowlers who bowled a few overs in a trot.
Papare bowling a very good line there, just outside off stump. Well watched by Holiday. Nice shot.
Well seen off from South Africa, 31 for 2 at the end of 7 overs.
Papare 2 for 10 or 4, great figures. Let's see what Wales comes up with now. Do they persist with Toggill, or are they going to make a change?
Well, the sixth over which was bowled from Toggill really allowed South Africa to not take any risk out of Papare's over, because it went for 12 runs. 3 boundaries were scored off that over. And this is the kind of strategy that South Africa has to use. See off the harder parts and make sure that you put the looseness away, so that will ease your pressure, that will give you the luxury to see off proceedings. Seems like there's a bowling change from the scoreboard end, and we've seen spin for the first time in the second innings. Emmett is a bowler. It's a good change, I believe, from Wales, changing up things a bit. Toggill went for a few runs in the previous over, bringing spin early on, creating doubts on the mind of these South African batters.
Looks like we've got a left arm spinner coming in. Completely different strategy to the South African innings, who bowled their fast bowlers for the first 20 odd overs of the innings. So let's see how this works out. 3 fielders allowed on the boundary initially. Got a sweeper on the offside. A guy deep square leg.
Great stop, Daves. Follow through, right? Follow through.
Starts off with a loosener, but played straight into the hands of that short extra cover fielder. Emmett really has to get his right line and length right here.
Yes,
it was a better ball from him, but played on the onside for a single. Lions will switch ends. Well, we saw it on the first innings that the ball kept very low most of the occasions when you actually bowled it a bit quicker, especially Purchase. When he bowled, he slid the ball through, and some of those balls kept low. And it might be the case in the second innings as well.
Holiday's off the mark with a single to the cover boundary. Emmett starting to get into his stride there, finding the right length.
Interesting field this is from Wales, because there is no slip in place.
Roy, that's you.
They've lost 2 wickets. The ball is still nil. Probably they should be a bit more attacking than they are right now. Because when you have got 2 wickets for 33 runs, you always look for that third wicket to apply more pressure on the opposing team.
Good bowling.
Yes, it is an interesting move. I don't know if he's bowling quickly enough to justify a slip, but perhaps someone in short cover or a little bit straight on the onside catching. Two off that over from Emmett. Got away with a full toss on the first ball, but looks like he's going to be quite a consistent performer here with his left arm round the wicket balls.
Well, so this is today's coverage map. Covering 6 games at the same time is the Papar TV. Pakistan versus West Indies happening at Navy Grounds in Welsh. India vs Canada happening in PUSA Grounds in Bandaragama. Wales versus South Africa here at the MCA Grounds, and UAE versus England just concluded right next to MCA Ground at the DSS College Grounds, and Sri Lanka versus Namibia at BRC Grounds, and New Zealand versus Zimbabwe at Coles Cricket Club. So here's 6 games, all 6 games being telecasted through the Papare platforms, and this is quite an achievement for the tournament itself. 6 games covered at the same time.
I must commend the organisers. The coverage has been excellent, and we have so many supporters back home that are watching this and following it, and they've all been really impressed with the quality of the production.
Bukhari on to his 5th over, just have conceded 10 runs, and he has grabbed the 2 important wickets of the 2 danger men from the South African lineup, Tyrone Henderson and Jiva.
Henderson was brought in as an experimental pinch hitter today. The idea was that he would get the team off to a very fast start and take the game away from Wales right from the word go. Unfortunately, that didn't quite work out as planned.
Well, that probably was the right thing to do from South Africa's end as well, because if you get a good start while chasing 184, the opposing team is always on the back foot. But unfortunately, it didn't work out today, and South Africa have lost 2 wickets. But you are always allowed to make those changes for the betterment of your team, and it pays off on some days and it doesn't pay off on some days.
That's right. The quality of Bukhari's bowling was a big factor in negating that strategy from South Africa. He really bowled well, and not easy to tee off. As you can see, coming to the end of his 5th over and having conceded only 10 runs.
.33 runs on the board for South Africa at 8.5 overs. Bukhari is not giving anything away for these South African batters to work with. He's bowling directly at the stumps. This time it was slightly fuller, but the field has been set. So that'll end the 9th over. Yet another maiden over from Wales. South Africa 33 for the loss of 2 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
We're heading into the 10th over. South Africa at 33 for 2 wickets. The game is still on the balance. At the same situation, Wales didn't really lose a wicket, but they didn't score much runs either. Emmett will continue, the left arm spinner. A fuller delivery and a quick single taken from Lions.
And that's what South Africa need to do. Rotate the strike. Just hit the ball slightly into a gap for a single. Try not to get bogged down with dot balls. The Lions managing that 14 or 14. Holiday a little bit becalmed.
I like that, Roy. I like that.
But it's still early days. Holiday hails from Cape Town, plays his cricket down there.
Good looking shot for a single from Holiday. And that's exactly what South Africa has to do. Get at least 3 to 4 singles. Keep ticking the scoreboard.
Come on! Yeah! Ooh, good pressure!
Another good run.
Pressure.
Right, that run was turned on. But the intent is there, that's what's important.
Here's that replay. There was no single enough in that occasion. And this is good bowling from Mehmet. Keeping it stump to stump. Not giving any width to the batter.
Cool.
Lions plays his cricket in Joburg. Nice little tickle.
Yes, empty one back.
For 2.
Couple of valuable runs for Lions and South Africa. They move up to 37 runs. Well, as far as the runs are concerned, South Africa will be happy at the end of 10 overs, but it's the 2 wickets that they have lost, which might be a concern for them.
Yeah, I think it is a slight concern, but the fact that they've managed to just consolidate will help.
He's off for 10, Poe. Fucking Poe's the dude. That's a long distance walk. He's probably having a fag of it. 45. Mal.
So this is the match summary as of now. Wales winning the toss, batting first, scored 186 runs, losing 7 wickets at 45 overs. Bartle was the top scorer with 43. Hemp following him with 40 and Rees with 22. And South Africa are currently 37 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of 10 overs. And Bukhari has been continuing his good form, and he has grabbed 2 wickets in the 5 overs that he has bowled while conceding just 10 runs. There will be a change of voices in the commentary box.
South Africa chasing down a target of 187. They are in a position that it looks challenging. They have made 35 for 2 after 10 overs rather. Good afternoon, Malinda.
Good afternoon, Asanka.
No.
It was a wonderful start for Wales with Bukhari getting both openers dismissed with his new ball skills. Yaya Jiva was the last batter to be dismissed. That kept it really low. Able to get bat on it, Lions.
That's the danger on this pitch. Mark Davis, if he can capitalize on it, it will be challenging for the batsman. This time, normal bounce. Short and pulls, but straight to the fielder. That's an opportunity going begging.
Yes, indeed. Want to look another look on that occasion. Holiday struggling at the moment. 3 of 21.
He looks to have good technique. Comes to the front foot, always looking to drive the ball. But when the opportunity is given, you got to pounce on it. Oh, totally deceived. 11 overs gone, 39 for 2.
Drinks are on the field now for both sides. South Africa at the moment 39 for 2 in 11 overs. Jiva and Henderson opened the batting for them, but Papare got both of them in quick succession. But Holiday 3 of 23 batting at that number 3 position, but Lions got a start here 17 of 20 with 8 extras as well. 39 for 2, chasing that 187 run target. With the ball, Papare has been exceptional with his left arm seam bowling. 5 overs, couple of maidens, 10 runs and couple of wickets as well. Tafir, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. Emmett and Davies now with the ball in hand for the last few overs. Couple of overs for Emmett, none for 6, and Davies just started to bowl. 1 over, none for 2. 4 of wickets, 1 for 15 and 2 for 17 as well. Papare has been superb with that new ball spell. There we can see what happened in this first 11 overs in this South African run chase. This is the first wicket to fall, holding out to mid-off, and then the other took the outside edge to find the second slip. Papare has been superb.
That's the one, Roy. That is the one. Get that rhythm.
You can hear the keeper shouting, "That's the one, that's the one." That's where he should be. Emmett in his third over drives
Bowling, Roy.
just 1 run to sweeper.
Yes, they are going with a rate of 3.53. Required rate slightly over 4 and over. Beautifully driven once again, but the protection in sweeper cover Just a single.
Singles are starting to come. Short and pulls. Can he make it? Yes, he can. Boundary of the fourth ball.
Yes, a short delivery there to be hit for the batter, and he makes a full use of it. Another welcome boundary for South Africa. 45 for 2 now.
That was a good effort by Madhura Singh, but he was failed to stop the ball.
Oh yeah, good response.
That's a much better. Good comeback from Emot. One more remaining in this over. 45 for 2. Just 3 overs are remaining after this over in this first power play. Oh, that's pretty it's a close one. Once again, umpire suggests that it's going to miss the leg stump.
I think we are going to have to see the replay. Good angle by Emmett. Oh, very close. Umpire said it was going down leg. He didn't say there was bat involved. That's the problem. Very close.
End of the 12th over. 45 for 2 South Africa. Hands on the head. That occasion for Emot. He is desperately for that breakthrough. Davies start proceedings now from the other end.
Again on the target. Davies this time. This is what they got to do. While the batsmen are starting to get their eyes in, you got to keep on bowling there. Again a full toss.
Down the ground. No, misfield from that mid-on fielder. Couple of runs for Holiday.
No holiday for him. He's got to keep on ticking. Keep on getting these singles. Again drives handsomely. Looks a player with good technique.
Oh. Beautifully bowled once again. Take a look at this. A bit of a sharp turn that occasion. He blocked that one. 13 overs completed. South Africa 47 for 2.
Pua Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
No.
South Africa 47 for 2. The pitch is starting to cause problems for the batsman. Drives and gets the gap. This time Leons scores this boundary of Emmett.
Yes, he slices that one, going towards that backward point area, and gets a much needed boundary. 50 up for South Africa in the 14th over. Lions 26 of 27. He going along nicely at the moment.
He looks to be the aggressor. Oh, good ball. Held its line. But the batsman managed to change ends for a single. Holiday back in his crease.
Coming down the track, opportunity for a stumping has been missed by the keeper.
You've got to take these chances if you are to win against a side like South Africa. Not a hard one. He could have gone on to it. Good ball. Things don't seem easy under the hot sun. The heat is weighing on these players, but they are still fighting. These South Africans.
Short this time, but he's gonna away with that. Straight to the man at short fine leg. Another 14th over. South Africa 2 down for 52.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Holiday, who was struggling to get going at the moment, and he was tried to release that pressure, taking on the bowler that previous over, but he's missed the straight one. Opportunity was there for his stumping, but the keeper also missed that one.
Field at the right place. Could have gone on to the boundary. Leons been the best batter so far for South Africa. What these Welsh bowlers did well was they were able to get rid of the danger man Henderson. Once he was a blistering batsman, a limited over specialist for South Africa.
Once again going with really low, and a couple of runs for South Africa. Lions moves on to 29 now of 31 balls. He's going along nicely at the moment, so Holiday need to support him well.
Again, right on the money.
Two balls remaining in this first power play, with only 3 fielders outside the circle. After this, they will have 4 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle.
Again, edges past the keeper. Single to Leons. He moves on to 30. from 33.
One more remaining. Davies none for 7 in his third over. 55 for 2 at the moment, South Africa. Nicely blocked that one once again, Holiday. 6 of 34 at the moment. It's 15 overs completed. South Africa chasing 187 to win. 55 for 2 at the moment.
Well, the two South African batters in the middle, Lyons and Holiday, have pulled out a decent partnership. Lyons is batting on 30 off 33 deliveries, while Holiday on the other end is playing the supporting role. A bowling change up with Julian Ballinger comes on to bowl for Wales rather.
Bowled very well yesterday. Got a couple of wickets. Lyons is getting the scoreboard ticking while Holiday is holding on to his end. That's exactly what South Africa need now. They need a partnership, and these two batsmen are building exactly that.
We just went through the figures of Ballinger in the last two games. He has got 34 wickets for 31 runs against Canada, adding to the 2 wickets that he told yesterday for just 24 runs. So yes, he is a wicket-taking bowler, a wicket-taking option for Wales, and Wales desperately need a wicket here because South Africa are well set. 55 for 2 at the end of 15 overs. That'll be the end of the first power play, and we are heading into the second power play. 4 fielders are allowed, but that wouldn't really matter for Wales because what they have to do now is cut off those singles. They don't want to stop the boundaries because the South Africans, I mean, they would want to stop the boundaries, but these South Africans, what they're trying to do is just rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking, and get those occasional boundaries. So Wales has to be smart enough to cut off those singles and not make those singles into twos.
Very good ball there from Ballinger. Going away from the right-hander. And another good one. And the batsman will cross over for a quick single. Good running from South Africa. This was that previous ball. The running from these over 50s is very commendable. From Wales as well. They didn't get as many boundaries as they would have wanted to, but they did keep the scoreboard ticking, which is very important in this format of the game. They're playing 45 overs. They need 131 more. They need to get runs.
.176 balls left exactly to get these 131 runs, and nicely swept towards that square leg fielder who was in cover just in front of the boundary. This is good batting from both these players. They have adapted to the conditions, that they understood what the assignment was when both of them were in the middle, when both of them were just new to the wicket. South Africa were in a spot of bother, losing 2 wickets for 20-30 runs, and that ends the 16th over. South Africa 57 for 2 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Davies will continue. We're at the MCA Grounds today. The match played right next to this grounds at the DSN College grounds finished very early with England winning that one comprehensively. England are the current holders of the IMC Over-50s World Cup. They've been the team to beat over the last couple of years, but this year Sri Lanka looks really, really strong, isn't it, Kevin?
They certainly do look strong, Sri Lanka, unbeaten as of now, and playing in home conditions that suit your bowlers really well. This could be the year Sri Lanka grabs hold of this IMC Over-50 World Cup, but there are quite a few contenders along with them as well. The likes of Australia, even Wales for that matter. They've won 2 games out of the 3 games that they've played so far. And if they win this game, which is still a long, long way away, they have to get 8 wickets. But just to give an insight, if Wales have to win this game, they have to get the remaining 8 wickets. If not, South Africa will just keep the scoreboard ticking and chase this score down. So yes, wicket taking is the only option Wales have right now. Maybe contain the runs for the next 5 overs, then start attacking from there on yet again.
Just behind that required run rate right now, South Africa, but they won't bother about that too much right now. All they'll want to do is keep rotating the strike, keep getting those singles. Very good recovery from South Africa after those 2 quick wickets.
What Wales could have done a bit better is they could have had a more attacking field in place once they got those 2 wickets. Especially when the left arm spinner Emmett was bowling, they didn't have a slip. Maybe they could have had that option because both the batters Lyons and Holiday were new to the crease. They should have attacked more. Had they got another wicket there, South Africa would have been under the pump. But now they are 59 for 2. They look well settled, and that's a full toss, and it has been put away. And he has cleared the rope. That's a huge 6 off the bat of Holiday. Holiday is clearly enjoying his time here at Sri Lanka, and that's the end of the 17th over. South Africa 65 for the loss of 2 wickets. (17 overs done, 65 for 2. A good partnership between Holiday and Lyons. Lyons 32 out of 39 deliveries, and Holiday has been playing a brilliant supporting role to his companion. A short drinks break for the 2 batters because it's quite warm and hot out in the middle. While we spoke to the South African squad member Andrew earlier, he said that the humidity is a lot higher out here in Sri Lanka than what it is in South Africa. So yes, won't be easy for these players to play under these conditions. If South Africa continue at this rate, it should be an easy chase for them. Here's a quick match summary. Wales batting first after winning the toss. got 186 runs, losing 7 wickets. It was a good partnership in the back end from Wales. There were quite a few partnerships in the end from Wales which took them over that 186 run marker, especially Bartlett scoring that 43 runs, quick fire 43. That really helped get them that score that they got right now. And South Africa on reply are currently 65 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of 12 overs. I beg your pardon, at the end of 17 overs. Ballinger will continue. His first over was a decent one. He just conceded 2 runs. This is a very tricky period for both the batters in the middle, because they will have doubts on whether to go after the bowling or just continue what they are doing right now. And I believe they should just continue what they are doing right now. Wait for the looseness, put them away, and keep rotating the strike with singles and twos. Because they don't have to take a lot of risk, do they, Abid?
Well, I liked what Holiday did in the last over. There was a full toss. It was there to be hit and he put that away. He put that all the way for 6. But other than that, they're just allowing the ball that goes away from them, letting those ones go. And then the ones that they can nudge into gaps, they're doing that, and they're getting the quick single. Trying to sweep it. There, Lions, he'll hold the key for South Africa in this innings, because he's the set batter. Holiday is slowly but surely getting his runs as well, but Lions seems to be the man who could maybe get them across this line. Sweeps, and he's given commentator's curse on Lions. He's gone for 32. And as soon as I say that he's going to hold the key, Wales get the wicket. Ballinger has the wicket.
Well, it would be interesting to see the replay. Well. It struck in front, but if you had a better angle, we can clearly say whether the impact was in line or not. But as the umpire says, and it is out, and Lions doesn't really bother about the call from the umpire. He just walks away. So probably it was in line. But a well-made 32 or 42 deliveries from Lions, and he departs of the bowling of Ballinger.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
New batsman in for South Africa, Vian Smith. But now they need another partnership. They've lost their set batsman. Craig Lyons trying to go for a sweep. The ball, before he got out, the ball went a bit wide and it was signal wide. He attempted a sweep on that delivery. This one was a bit straighter. Tried to go for a sweep again. This is the replay of that wicket.
It wasn't the right length to go for that sweep. And he was nowhere near the ball while attempting to sweep that ball. But fortunately for Ballinger, he gets a wicket, a much needed wicket for Wales, because South Africa seemed to be running away with the game with that partnership. But now they are on the back foot. Wales are right back into the game. Vian Smith, he made a good 26 or 41 deliveries yesterday against Australia. He has to put in a similar effort or a better effort than that to help his team. In this game, South Africa, as we all know, still to win a game in this IMC Over-50 World Cup, This is their opportunity. 185 is not a lot in 45 overs, but they have to put their heads down and bat these out. If they bat the 45 overs, they'll probably easily get that score. But yes, as far as the Wales keep picking those wickets, it'll get harder and harder for South Africa.
But now with the new batsmen in, I think Wales should bring up the field a little bit, get a few catching fielders in, maybe get in a slip when the left-arm orthodox bowler comes in from the other end. And just keep trying to put this South African batting lineup under pressure.
Absolutely, I wouldn't mind bringing the slip on for the off spinner as well. Maybe he could come round the wicket and just fire it through the off stump. But nevertheless, he opts to go from the over the wicket angle, and that will end the over with a single. 67 runs for the loss of 3 wickets at the end of 18 overs.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Davies, the left-arm spinner, will continue surprising to see the slip not in place.
Give them a couple of balls, Kevin. They'll know that they need this slip. We'll see how it goes.
Probably they feel like Davies doesn't have that extra bit of nip off the surface to get that slip fielder in place. He doesn't bowl that quicker as well. He just gives the ball a bit of air and bowls it on the right line and length. Not much turn either. Just as I speak, he just bowls quicker and flatter, and good fielding in the mid-off region. Well, you don't necessarily have to turn the ball to have that slip in place. Having the slip in place just gives that extra bit of confusion in the batter's mind as well. You know that there's a few close-in fielders, and you know that you can't make much mistakes as well. And especially the drive that he played now, he wouldn't have played if the slip was there. He would have been more cautious about it. But nevertheless, 2 valuable runs for South Africa's total.
Yeah, very true. As soon as you know that there's a catching fielder right next to you or right behind you, these over-50s players aren't as chirpy as the international cricketers are. We have the stump mics on today. Papare production crew has placed the stump mics on. We don't hear a lot of chatter from behind the stumps. But, oh, there you go. Now they'll definitely bring the slip in, because that should have been a wicket. Ballinger will chase after it, and they'll come back for 2 as well. Good running, but missed opportunity.
Well, Abid, to talk about the stump mic and chirping, I believe they know that their kids are watching from home and their family is watching from home, so they don't want to make any mess while being on behind the stumps and chirping unnecessary things. Good delivery, really good delivery from Davies. It just slid on, maybe a much straighter angle would have made more trouble to Smith. But I really believe they should have a slip here.
The runs have dried up a bit since that wicket of the well-set batter Lions. Last ball of the over then. And a single to finish the 19th. 19 overs done then. South Africa over-50s lagging behind, but still trying to get there. 71-72 for 3.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Here's the fall of wickets from South Africa. They lost the first wicket for 15 runs. Then just after 2 runs, they lost the second wicket at 17 runs. Then there was a good partnership between Lions and Holiday, which was broken just a few minutes ago.
Good bowling.
And a good delivery to start off the over from Ballinger. What's good from Ballinger, he's keeping it direct, he's keeping it straight into the stumps, not giving any width or room for the batter to work with. Smith, 4 of 10 deliveries.
Bowling ball.
The batsman will cross over for another single. Yesterday's game against India for Wales was a historic one.
Keep going, ball.
They've beaten Australia in the previous edition, and this edition they've beaten another big team in India. Ballinger was right in the thick of things yesterday, right towards the end. Got his 2 wickets, yes, but bowled very economically, didn't let the Indian batters get set.
Well, this game is still in the balance. 7 wickets to get for Wales and just 112 runs to get for South Africa. There's still 25 overs left. Well, a hard tackle coming in from Ballinger. Wales, South Africa, we know that they love their rugby.
Chance for a caught and bowled, but it just bounced before him. And there you go, the bowler and the non-striker just getting to know themselves. Okay, maybe quickly take that off the screen, and yes, they do. You don't want that on the screen for too long.
Coming down the track, plays straight past the bowler for a boundary. Brilliant hit from Smith. A much needed boundary for South Africa. They were under the pump, and this boundary will ease some nerves out there in the centre.
And it will also give Smith a lot of confidence as well, to know that he can come down the track and play those shots. Very well struck on that occasion. Very good stuff from Smith. 19.5 overs gone, last ball to come.
You're absolutely right, Abid. He should come down the track a lot often, because there's an off-spinner bowling at you. He's not bowling any quicker. He's just giving the ball a flight. Just get under it and rotate the strike as he did. Now, at the end of 20 overs, South Africa 79 for the loss of 3 wickets.
It's a competition at the moment. It's Wales after 20 overs. They were 64 for 2, and South Africa now 79 for 3. They need just 108 runs in 25 overs. They are pretty much in the game now. Andrew, what are your thoughts now?
Yes, that's we're definitely back in the game. I think it's crucial that we start getting the run rate moving along. I think Vian Smith's going to do that. He's not known to hang around. He does play his shots, but not without... he doesn't take huge risks in playing positive cricket.
That's the average delivery. That's hammered away towards the mid wicket. Another boundary for South Africa. The total moves on to 83. Smith gets another boundary.
That was a pretty droth ball, but it got the treatment it needed. And that's the sort of thing we're going to need to do. Put away the bad ones. Looked a bit like a hockey shot, that.
This time a lawful toss down to long off. Just a single. Sort of good start so far for South Africa in this over as well. 5 runs of the first 3 balls.
Holiday spent a lot of time at the crease. The moment Wales have got him wrapped up firmly in a paper packet. Hit a 6 just now that might have made a hole in it, but he's going to have to do more to hit himself out of it. But rotating the strike, getting a single off the ball, that's exactly what we need. Get Smith back on the strike. It's hot out there. The Welsh are going to be withering in this heat.
Yes, indeed. Pretty hot out there. That 3rd wicket partnership was a good one for South Africa. With 49 runs for that 3rd wicket. End of the 21st over, South Africa 85 for 3.
Yeah, it was a very important partnership, that. Even though it took a little bit of time, it certainly consolidated things. And unfortunately for Craig Lyons, he overbalanced somewhat there in playing that sweep. It was the right shot to play. He just didn't quite execute it. So he went for a well-played 32. There's a lot of support out there back in South Africa. Not much work going on in the offices with a lot of our fellow cricketers watching. Big shout out there to my bunny Scott Robert. That last long up we saw reminded me a little bit of Jason Coombs bowling. But back to live action here. Munya is going to be facing Ballinger. Isn't that a bad 3 overs?
Yes, got the wicket of Lyons. Because Lyons at that time he's kept the scoreboard ticking with wasting no time with his batting at that time is pretty easily at that time scoring.
Smith is usually an opening batsman, so coming in at 5 is a little bit different for him. Oh, that was thrown up. That was a little teaser. Holiday not taking the bait. Is able to get a single there, rotates the strike.
This time he goes for a big one and he connected that very well in the end. That's gone the distance all the way for 6. What a blow from Smith once again.
That's a good shot. I was chatting to Smith before he went into bat and he said he was looking to go down the ground. It didn't appear that there was a lot of turn and he was going to back himself to go straight. He's done that twice now, once for 4 and once for 6.
This time under edge past the keeper. Just a single. 94 for 3 in the 22nd over. Smith got now 22 of just 21 balls. Pressure back on Bollinger. A dot ball to finish the 22nd over. South Africa chasing 187 runs to win. 94 for 3 at the moment.
Well, things are looking up after that over. And Smith is showing great intent. That looked like a nice shot. Unfortunately picks out the only fielder on the boundary down there. It's a comfortable signal. And that's another drinks break. Much needed drinks break for the Welshman.
Yes, indeed. 95 for 3 at the moment after 22 overs completed. Smith on 22, Holiday on 18. Bollinger bowled 4 overs, 1 for 21. They are on to the second drinks break in this run chase. So we will go in for a short commercial break. We will be back with the live action.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
This is where the match stands now. It's Wales, after opting to bat first, they scored 186 for 7 in their 45 overs. Bartle played a wonderful knock, 43 or 42. Hemp made 40 as well at the top of the order. Purchase has a good spell there, 3 for 43. But Talib also get couple of wickets. In reply, South Africa after 22 overs, 95 for 3 at the moment. Lions scored 32. Smith at the crease, he's looked good with his touch. It's 22 unbeaten runs of just 21 balls. Holiday also have a solid strike at the moment, 18 of 46. Bukari was the pick of the bowlers for Wales, 2 for 10, and South Africa need just 192 runs now from 23 overs. They are very much in this game now. We have the wickets to fall. Bukari picked up both openers in quick succession. One caught at mid-off and the other at slip.
There's a sharp catch there at second slip. As we see Lions overbalancing there, trying to execute that sweep.
So change of bowling. Malit Madhura Singh into the attack now. with Holiday on strike, 18 of 46.
Yeah, I think he needs to bat through now. Just make sure that he can rotate the strike. He's seen enough of the bowling. And let's Smith do the stroke making from the other end.
This is the leg umpire on field, Suresh Budu, along with Peter Tate.
South Africa were in a similar position against the West Indies a couple of days ago, and somehow managed to mangle the run chase, and losing the set batsman and not getting a partnership going was the real bugbear that day. A good quick single there, exactly what's needed.
Yeah, West Indies managed to defend that 199 against South Africa, winning by just 18 runs in the end. Down the ground this time, straight drive.
Lovely shot, only for one, but strike is being rotated.
They are getting closer to that three-figure mark now. 98 for 3 at the moment.
Very interesting action Madhuri Singha's got. Making full use of both arms in his action.
It started off quite well, Madhuri Singha. Last ball coming up. Play and miss. End of the 23rd over, 98 for 3.
Neat first over there, went for 3 runs. This slow medium pace is actually going to be quite effective on this surface. If he can get the right length. Looks like there's a new bowler warming up from the what shall we call it, this grandstand end. Lovely facilities here at this cricket ground. Renovations are underway, but the changing rooms are fully glassed in, air conditioned, and very pleasant to sit there supporting in an air conditioned changing room.
Evenry is into the attack, and he just bowled a brilliant off spinner at the moment. What a start from him, and he gets the big wicket of Holiday.
Holiday was done by the flight there, I think. Very well flighted, and he just played around it. A bit of turn too. Quite a lot of turn. We haven't seen much turn this afternoon, but there was a lot of turn on that one.
Yes, indeed. A peach of a delivery from Rees to get underway. Monia Holiday walks back for 20. South Africa lost their fourth wicket at the score of 98.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
.98 for 4. That's the breakthrough they're looking for. Wales, if they are going to defend this target, they need to get wickets at regular intervals. Dave Backer, the new man in for South Africa, in at number 6.
Very solid batsman. Father Time here from Stellenbosch. Plays his cricket for Boland.
That was a sharp turn from Ewan Rees.
Lovely way to start your spell.
Once again, that kept it a bit low.
Didn't turn much either. After the first one turned square.
This time driven towards the offside. Just a single with protection in sweeper cover. 99 for 4. South Africa.
Backer's off the mark, which is always a relief for any batsman.
Now Smith on strike on 23.
2 men back. It'll be interesting to see how he tackles this one. Common sight on the over-50s field is a little bit of nifty footwork there. Those hammies don't stretch as easily as they used to.
Beautifully driven this time, but just a single. 100 on the board for South Africa. Just 87 runs needed now. Last ball coming up from Rees. What was a excellent first over from him. Dot ball to finish the 24th over. South Africa 100 for 4. They took 79 balls to take their first 50 in the chase, but second 50 came off 64 deliveries. Madhura Singh continues from this end.
Good fielding there in the covers from the big man. Takes a while to get up.
Straight drive, good fielding of his own bowling. Madhura Singh started off well so far.
Doing well. Good fielding of his own bowling. Lovely shot, but another good ball.
Yes, most of these bowlers has been so much consistent with their lines and lengths.
Madhura Singh is very agile for a 50-year-old. He's very, very light on his feet. Noticed that while he was fielding earlier on. He had some very good stops here on the boundary.
This time, easy single for Smith.
Papare doing some gardening.
That is exactly two there, Dave.
South Africa needed 86 runs in 20.2 overs here. Oh, was there a chance?
That looks like there was a chance, judging by the reaction from the bowler and the keeper. Little bit of a half-hearted shot from Dave there.
Yeah, slight deviation when ball passes the bat.
Disappointment all over the bowler's expression there. Neatly dabbed down to third man. For 2.
There's a couple of easy runs for South Africa. 103 for 4 after 25 overs has been completed.
Mama Gajaman.
Here's the comparison after 25 overs. Wales 78 for 2 and South Africa on the other hand 103 for 4 wickets. South Africa just need 84 runs in 20 overs. Seems like this is South Africa's game, but funny things happen in cricket. You never know what will happen from here on. Another wicket here could really change the complexion of the game, Asanka.
Exactly, Kevin. South Africa have lost 4 wickets. That's the only headache they have right now. After 25 overs. But 2 good batters are there. Smith in particular. He did score some sixes. Solid shots all around the ground.
Rees, the skipper of Wales, will continue. Almost found the underedge of the bat. He was looking for the big shot there, Smith. He shuffled across and went big. But the ball didn't bounce as much as he expected it to, and it has been the nature of this surface throughout.
Rees, the captain of Wales. One of the greats of over 50 cricket all around the world.
Oh, okay.
Smith batting on 25 runs off 34 balls. He has to play smart from here on. One thing he can't afford to do is lose his wicket and get back into the dugout. A lot will rely on how he plays the next few overs as far as South Africa is concerned. It's not a tough ask. Just 4.34 is the required run rate. But a set batter has to be there to anchor one side, Asanka.
Sweeps and sweeps hard. That's 4 to Smith. Like you said, he is the set batter, the stronger one, who can hit it powerfully, just like he did right there.
One of the rare times where the commentator's curse didn't work in favor of the bowler.
Speak for ourselves, Kevin.
Nevertheless, 26 overs done. South Africa 107 for the loss of 4 wickets.
South Africa 107 for 4 after 26. Madhura Singh and Rees bowling in tandem. Malit Madhura Singh, Sri Lankan born Welsh player. Looks a good athlete among all these players. He bowls, he fields well, he runs after the ball. And a good commentator as well. He joined us in the morning. Oh, good ball again. But keeper cannot collect it. That's another boundary. The umpire signals byes.
Unlucky, really unlucky. That just nipped off the surface. Look at that, the bounce. Unexpected bounce for the wicket keeper. He was never going to collect that. I mean, no one would have. It just bounced off the surface from a very fuller length. And the batsman rightly so, tapping on the area where the ball just nipped off. Well, and Madhura Singh has a bit of a Virat Kohli to his bowling action, doesn't he?
A bit of wrong-footed, just like Sohail Tanvir, Virat Kohli, Wasim Akram.
Well, you don't really mind whether you're wrong-footed or right-footed as far as you get the job done. And we know Sohail Tanvir, Wasim Akram, they all got the job done. I'm not going to get to Virat Kohli with as far as bowling is concerned.
Considering current form, Kevin, you can't take batting into account as well.
Luckily, this is not an India match and no Indians might be watching this. If not, we'll be doomed. Nevertheless, back to the action on the field. South Africa 112 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. They are slowly and steadily heading towards that target. Steadily. Yes, yes. The umpire says yes. And Madhura Singh has got the all-important wicket of Smith. Just as I said that South Africa slowly and steadily are heading towards that target. They just lose the wicket. Impact seems to be outside. Unlucky, unlucky.
The umpire took a bit of time to think about it and decides in favor of Madhura Singh and the Welshman. Smith has to go. Wian Smith scored 29, a brilliant innings, but comes to an end. He goes back to the pavilion. 1-1-2 for 5, South Africa.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
The skipper, Mario Solomons, makes his way onto the field. He has a huge job in his hand. This game is right on the balance. Just a while ago I said 1 wicket could change the complexion of the game. And that's exactly what it has done. The said batter has departed. 2 new batters. Baker batting on 4 of 9 deliveries. And Solomons just came into the crease. And here's the opportunity for Madhura Singh and Wales to attack a bit more. Have an attacking field set. Create pressure on the batter.
The game slowly falling away from the South Africans. This is a strong batting lineup that they have. But Solomons and Backer is there. Oh, he's on a roll.
Get that slip in next over when Madhura Singh comes to bowl. And that ends the 27th over. South Africa 112 for 5.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Can I have, that's your two, huh? Thank you.
The skipper, Rees, will continue. The man with the golden arm. And nicely played, nicely nudged for a couple of runs. Does it have the legs to run off to the boundary? Good fielding in the deep. Saving a couple of runs.
Giving everything he had. Let's see who that fielder was. Should be appreciated. Should be praised for his effort right there. Look at that. Giving his everything.
Rees will continue. $18 overs to go in this run chase. South Africa 114 for 5. And one thing that we must not forget is that Bukhari has another 5 more overs.
Again, finds the gap. 1 run to Backer.
Well, talking about Bukhari, I believe they should at least bring him for a couple of overs after that 30th over finishes, because they can't take this game deep. As far as South Africa take this game deep, it is their game. Wales needs wickets.
They need wickets, all right. But Solomons is there. He's somebody who likes pace. Likes pace on the bat.
Go on, boys.
Maybe Rees is thinking, restricting him from having the pace will give Welshman a chance.
Well, Solomons fresh off a 50, unbeaten 50 against Australia yesterday. 50 coming off 55 deliveries. While I was talking to Andrew early on in the commentary box, he said that South Africa has a very, very deep batting lineup. So that must be behind this thought process of keeping Bukhari back. Too early. Way too early. You go for the reverse, I won't bowl at you.
Wearing the hot seat. Everything's happening at the grounds. Look at that. In this tournament so far, I saw only one reverse sweep. That was of Madhura Singha in the previous innings. Had this bowled, this could have been another reverse sweep by Solomons.
What if Solomons goes again? He doesn't. That was close, very close. Ends the 28th over, South Africa 115 for the loss of 5 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Slight miscommunication in the previous ball between the batsmen. And now Backer takes it to the bowler. That's 4.
Loosener from Madhur Singh. A rare loosener from him. It was there to be hit.
Over the waist height, Kevin?
It was a very close call. But I think he was saved by inches maybe. A bit higher would have been a no ball and a free hit for Baker. But Baker would have loved that delivery nevertheless. Wasn't bowled at much pace either. Here's Madhur Singh. Can he do a better job here? Yes, he does. The ball keeping low yet again.
He bowls with a bit of pace. He's neither a spinner nor a paceman. In between a paceman and a spinner. Like you rightly said, just like Virat Kohli.
Well, when you say Virat Kohli and bowling, all I remember is that 28 or 29 runs Albi Morkel scored off him, another South African. We hope that doesn't happen to Madhur Singh here because he has been bowling really well.
Something similar to that, Kevin. But this time, the fielder was there for the rescue.
I'm just going to keep my mouth zipped for the next few deliveries. Here's a look at the bowling card. Bukhari, 5 overs, 10 runs, 2 wickets. He has been the main man. He still has 5 overs. Again, onto the pads, clipped away for a boundary. A much needed boundary. And 2 boundaries in this over. Up until now, he just conceded 7 runs. Was there a chance? A tough chance, but still, as I said before, he just conceded 7 runs coming into this over, but now he has conceded 16 runs.
Like I said earlier, he likes pace onto the bat. You got to reduce it. That's the end of the 29th over. South Africa 1-4 for 5.
Rees will continue. The required run rate is just 3.94. Baker batting at 12 off 16, and the skipper Mario Solomons is batting on 4 off 6 deliveries. Wales need another wicket.
Rees is back. Brought himself back. He can break this partnership if he bowls at the right places, right lengths. Doesn't give much pace to the batsman. On the other hand, Madhur Singh provides space for the batsman to use.
Here's Rees to ball his second delivery.
No.
A misfield, but they'll opt to not run. Smart call from the 2 batters. Well, what I haven't seen much from the South African batters is like when the ball is tossed up, they don't come down the track. Only like 2-3 times I saw batters coming down the track, and
No.
if they can come down the track and get under the ball, things may get a bit easier for them, because as far as you leave the ball to come at you, it turns a lot, it bounces a lot, and it could either go low as well.
At least the bowlers will have to change their lengths. Now they are sticking into good length all the time. Again, a slight bit of miscommunication. They got to sort this out.
You're absolutely right about the bowlers having to change the length when you come down the track. If you have a look at what Rees is doing now, he's just bowling at one particular length and he's not changing it up. He's just changing the areas that he bowls. He just bowls one outside off stump, one straight into the batter. But the length has been the same. And this time, a good shot. Changes the length a bit. Goes a bit fuller. Played straight over him for another boundary.
He leaned onto it. Backer, he's a big man. Got long levers. Look at that. Reached out for it. And hit it hard back past the bowler.
It is now or never for Wales. They have to get a wicket as soon as they can. If not, this game will run away from them rather. At the end of 30 overs, South Africa 128 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking. Amazing. This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Comparison after 30 overs, Wales were 103 for 5. South Africa slightly ahead with 128 for 5. They need 59 runs in 15 overs. Abid, very good evening. This is still both teams have in the game. But let's see what these two batters are trying to do in these coming up 5 overs here.
Well, South Africa don't have to do much. They just need to put the ball into gaps and get those singles, because it's just 59 runs that they need. Half of their team is back in the hut, yes, but they just need to get a couple of singles, not try anything fancy. Do what they've been doing so far, building partnerships.
Good stop there from the bowler Madhura Singha. Full toss flick towards the mid wicket. Another boundary for South Africa. They are keeping the scoreboard ticking with the boundaries in regular intervals. 14 boundaries and couple of sixes in this innings. Take a look at this once again. Capitalizing on the poor deliveries. Once again short and wide this time. Protection at sweeper cover. Just a single this time.
Captain Mario Solomon's getting his second boundary. He doesn't seem too afraid to swing his arm around and swing the bat around. There you go, you can see him trying the reverse sweep there as well. Just getting himself ready for the overs to come. And Barker gets in as well and is dropped. It was in the air, an opportunity for Wales, and it's gone a begging.
Yes, indeed. He picked up really well. The batter hit it straight to the man, and unfortunately he has put down. Would have been a big breakthrough for Wales. Oh, that's beautifully bowled once again, Madhura Singha. Beaten the edge once again.
Simon Wood dropping that catch. It was there to take. And if Barker goes on to play an innings that wins South Africa the game, he'd be thinking about that catch all night and all tournament long if their team doesn't go into the playoffs.
Another dot ball to finish the 31st over. South Africa 134 for the loss of 5 wickets. match summary so far. Wales, after putting to bat first, 186 for 7 in their 45 overs. The battle with 43 or 42. Hemp with 40 at the top of the order. Purchase got 3 for 43, while Talib also get a couple of wickets as well. In reply, South Africa, after 31 overs, 134 for the loss of 5 wickets. Lions got 32. Plenty of starts in their innings. Smith got 29. Holiday made 20. Papare with the ball, couple of wickets for just 10 runs. Rees and Madhura Singh also picking up a wicket apiece. They need just 53 runs from 14 overs. Even Rees will continue from Vijayaram end.
Batsman cross for a single. The approach is pretty clear from South Africa. They just don't want to hang about here. They just want the runs and they want the boundaries to come quickly. The captain, Ewan Rees, has got a wicket to his name. He's the second highest wicket taker in the tournament so far.
Oh, he's coming down the track. Tried to play on the onside. Missed that one completely.
Just before Rees bowled that ball, he indicated to his fielder that Solomons might sweep, and he's come down the track and tried to sweep. This time he plays it on the leg side as well for a single.
Solomons moves on to double figures now. 10 of 13. Back on strike. 18 of 24. 3 balls remaining in this over. Rees bowling his 5th. 1 for 15.
Rocks onto the back foot and slaps it away. And slaps it away for 4. Very good shot from Barker. He's getting a move on here. Someone needs to take the move on. And Barker is doing that. He's supporting his captain, who has already scored 2 boundaries so far. Have a look at that shot. It was drop shot. Rocked onto the back foot. And very well pulled away. The fielder was a bit too square to cut that off. And he didn't have the pace as well to cut that off as well. So boundaries flowing in for the South African over-50s now.
Tried the late cut that occasion, but it's a protection in the circle at third man. Just 47 runs away. Going with 4.42 runs per over. Oh, bowled him. That's the breakthrough they're looking for. Rees started off his spell with a peach, and he delivered once again.
That was the ball of the day for me. That was the ball of the day for me. Might well be... Oh, brilliant. Just right through the defense. And Rees telling him exactly how he got the wicket. He spun it right through the defense. And Barker goes a quick fire 22 off 26 balls. A good strike rate as well, a healthy strike rate as well. But South Africa now 6 wickets down, 140 on the board.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papar TV.
This match is taking really interesting now. Wales 186 for 7 in their 45 overs. Bartle and Hemp is scoring over 40s. Purchase 3 for 43 for South Africa with the ball. In reply, South Africa 140 for the loss of 6 wickets. Lions 32, Schmidt 29. Backer just beaten with a beauty from Rees for 22. Bukhari and Rees was the pick of the bowlers so far for Wales, picking up 2 wickets apiece. South Africa need 47 runs and Wales need 4 wickets. 13.1 overs to go in this important clash for both sides. There we can see the wickets. That's a brilliant start from Bukhari with the new ball, picking up that both openers. That was another plum in front, and this is the beauty of bowling from Rees in 2 occasions. And Madhura Singh also getting into the action with an important breakthrough, and this is the final wicket to fall. One model remaining in this over. 140 for 6.
New batsman in Russell Bennett will now need to support his captain if they are to win this game. More than half of the team have been dismissed. 6 wickets have fallen so far. But South Africa's tail has been very good in this tournament. Right along, they've played 3 games so far. The tail has been pretty good. They wouldn't worry too much about the rate of scoring runs because they're well ahead of the required run rate. Now I think they should bring in their ace bowler, Bukhari, and that's exactly what they do. They've given the ball to him, their highest wicket taker in this tournament so far, and they've entrusted him to bowl his left arm seam.
Yes, he bowled 5 overs with the new ball in his opening spell, 2 for 10. And he's back into the attack at the right time for Wales. They're looking to pick up another wicket here. Oh, wonderful straight drive down the ground. It's a boundary. Against the run of play, it's another boundary for South Africa. 144 for 6. A good start for this 33rd over.
What a statement from Solomons. You bring your best bowler in, I'll bring my best shot in. Pitched up from Bukhari early on. And he just got to the pitch of the ball and whacked it right down the ground. This time he drops it short, and this time he pulls it even harder. And he pulls it for 4. 2 boundaries in quick succession. Now we all thought Bukhari would put pressure on the South African batters, but now pressure right back on the bowler now.
Yes, of course. First up it was a straight drive. This time a short delivery. He got the treatment towards that mid-wicket area, because Bukhari bowled 5 with the new ball and he's back into the attack after 32 overs. Coming round the wicket now.
Solomons is here to attack. He's here to attack. He's not played even one defensive shot against Bukhari. He's faced him for 3 deliveries and all 3 he's gone after the bowling. His intention is pretty clear, and I think the best way to survive in cricket in general is to attack the bowler, which he goes again. This time he flicks it away, and he flicks it away for 4. 12 runs off the over so far. Just 4 balls bowled. And he's already scored 3 boundaries. Solomons is now taking the attack on.
Yes, indeed. This time on the pads. Easy pickings for Solomons. Brilliant bit of batting. This put the pressure on the experienced bowler of Wales lineup.
Well, slowly but surely South Africa are getting closer towards that target.
.150 comes up for South Africa. 2 balls remaining. Pressure back on the bowler and Wales down the leg side this time. Just a single. 13 runs already. And the record rate down to 2.84 as well.
Keep going. That's your centre.
Well, Bennett's role now will be very important. The role that he plays is going to be very important for South Africa. Solomons has taken the attack on. Now Bennett needs to hold his side, hold his end and wait. But he doesn't want to do any of that. He's going after the bowling as well. And it's gone up in the air and it's taken. It has been taken. That's not what Bennett had to do there. He had to just see that ball through. And with that, South Africa lose their 7th now. Solomons might be attacking, but they're losing wickets on the other end.
What an over this. 3 boundaries scored by Solomons, but they got a wicket last ball. Bennett walking back to the dressing room for a second ball duck. South Africa 6 down for 153.
Just when we thought that over was a good over for South Africa, yes it was, 13 runs went off it, but also the wicket of Bennett. The runs can flow, but they need to hold their edge. Someone needs to support the captain. The new batsman in Talib did well with the ball, and he needs to stick around with his captain if he wants his team to get through this game. It was very similar yesterday for South Africa. They lost to Australia. Even though they were in the game, they lost to Australia rather. Now 33 overs gone, they find themselves with 7 wickets down.
Reese to continue, who also got a couple of big wickets for just 19 runs. Here comes.
This game is just getting interesting by the minute. The equation needed is very small, but the amount of wickets that Wales need to win this is also equally small. They just need 3, and that's a wide. This is not what Wales needs. Okay, what happened there? I don't know what happened there. The bowler doesn't know what happened there, and the umpire calls it a dead ball.
Full toss this time, played down to long on. Solomons gets a single and Talib on strike for the first time now. 4 balls remaining. Only 2 batters to come for South Africa, Tarat and Purchase.
These 4 deliveries to come and how Talib faces it will really be okay. That's not how he should face it. He should just defend it, and if it's not there to be hit, just leave it. He's trying to attack as well, but he doesn't need to do that when his captain is doing that on the other end.
Oh! Chance of his own bowling goes down for Rees and Wales.
This is where I think the captain Solomons needs to go up to his batsman and tell him, I'll do the hitting, mate. Just hold your end for me. The batsman will look to cross over for a quick single. Gets Solomons back on strike. And it ends the over. Solomons will not be on strike for the first ball of the next over. 34 overs done. 156 for the loss of 7.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papar TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Stay there, please. Around, please. Next to the umpire, please.
Bukhari will continue. 3 for 22. He picked up a wicket off the last ball of his previous over after conceding 13 runs. Talib on strike. South Africa need 31 runs in 11 overs.
We'll see how he copes with the fast bowler, the ace fast bowler. And he bowls a full toss, which Talib tries to go after and he misses. What does Talib do now? He needs to get his captain on strike. Lovely stroke by Talib.
He just need to give this strike to Solomons more often in this chase now. Still 31 runs to play with.
We saw Ishan Maliga doing this for Sri Lanka yesterday. Charita Salanka getting a brilliant 100 that took Sri Lanka to a victory against Australia. And he goes after it, gets a leading edge. And will he get the boundary as well? But the fielder cuts it off. Very good work. Very good work in the deep from third man. Had a lot of ground to cover, but saved his team 2 runs. Exceptional stuff from Wales in the field.
Yes, very good footwork in the end from that third man fielder. Cut it off for a couple of runs.
John was the fielder at third man. And now Talib goes after it again. Two more balls to go in the over. If Talib is going to go after bowling, I think Wales need to put in the catchers. And it goes up in the air. And it goes right behind the keeper's head. And now Talib gets off strike and he gets his captain on strike for the last ball.
159 for 7. Solomons on 23 in 21 balls. Let's see what he trying to go against Bukhari. Oh, big appeal for a leg before wicket, but umpire is muted. End of the 35th over. South Africa 159 for 7.
All right, we are heading into the climax of the Expandables. 10 overs to go, 29 runs to win for South Africa, and 3 wickets to get for Wales. This is anybody's game from here on. Reese, 6 overs, 22 for 2. But it is the match is in the hands of the skipper of South Africa, Mario Solomons, and it will be the skipper of Wales bowling now.
Skipper against his keeper. But this time Talib is at the batting end. Slogs for 2. Good running by the batsman in this hot sun.
Well, I called this right at the beginning itself that if Wales are to win this game, they have to get all the 10 wickets of South Africa. If not, South Africa will just ease through this chase. Wales have bowled really well to get 7 wickets, but they still need 3 more wickets. If you look at what South Africa need, they just need 26 runs in 58 balls. That's not a lot of runs. They have a lot of balls as well, and this is going to be an enthralling final few overs, Asanka.
Catch it!
Goes high and handsome, but brilliant fielding effort at the long on boundary.
Stop, bully boy!
If we can see the replay, that will be interesting.
Well, the best thing about it is they just ran 1. So probably saved 5 runs for his side. Here's the replay of that. Good work, really good work. Here's a run out opportunity. Batsman now gets home easily.
Getting tense. The bowler Reese creating chances for his team. And the batsman not shying away from hitting him back. Talib, similar to the stature of Brian Macmillan, if you can remember, from the 90s. Against Logs. A huge shot. Goes past the boundary. The umpire signals 4.
That will ease a lot of nerves of these South Africans. Look at that hit. It was there to be hit. And that's what the batters are supposed to do against spinners. And at the end of 36 overs, South Africa 167 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. They just need another 20 more runs.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Bukhari bowling his 8th over. He has to get a wicket here. He has been the talisman for Wales as far as bowling is concerned. And a change of gloves for the skipper, Mario Salmons. Will that change the fortune?
I don't think so. He looks very confident as the captain. He took on Bukhari in the previous over. Hit 3 boundaries, consecutive boundaries against Bukhari. Bukhari is the premier bowler of this tournament so far, the top wicket taker.
Well, Salmons just took his helmet off as well, almost indicating the bowler, I don't care what pace you bowl at, I'll go after you.
Got a battle on our hands. Oh, balls. Short. But he doesn't matter. To Talib. Hooks down to the fine leg for 4.
I sensed it. I thought Bukhari will go short at the batters. But lovely hit. Lovely hook from Talib. Had he missed it, would have been trouble for him. But luckily, he was good enough to connect it and get it over the boundary for a boundary. And 171 runs on the board, just 15 more runs. It's getting easier and easier for South Africa. They're inching towards their first win of the IMC Over-50 World Cup 2025. They've been unlucky in few occasions. But today, as of now, they've done a very, very good job. Started with the bowling, now with the bat. But the game is still on. Just 3 wickets to get. 3 balls could totally change the complexion of this game. Here's Bukhari looking for that 8th wicket. Goes short again.
This is the cricket that we all want to see. A fast bowler against an aggressive batsman who is not even wearing his helmet, saying, come at me.
Will he go short again? He tries to go short, but that's not short enough. Will fall just in front of that fielder. Interesting field setup from Bukhari and the skipper of Wales. 2 fielders behind square. It's now or never for Wales, Sanka.
Agreed, Kevin. 1 wicket or lose the match. That's a full toss. Easy pickings for Solomons. Straight down to the boundary.
Bukhari is livid. He's tired. But look at Solomons. Look at his eyes.
I kept saying this guy likes pace. Look at him. Ball short. Looks nasty, but Solomon doesn't care.
Quite a contest, and that ends the 37th over. South Africa 177 for the loss of 7 wickets. Here's the match summary as of now. Wales winning the toss, batting first, got 186 runs, losing 7 wickets at 45 overs, and it was the Bartle who marshalled the innings for Wales with a 43 of 42 deliveries. Hemp helped the cause as well with 40 runs, and as far as bowling is concerned, Purchase got 3 wickets for 43 runs, Talib got 2 for 47, and South Africa are currently 177 for the loss of 7 wickets, just needing 10 more runs in 48 deliveries. And this is certainly South Africa's game unless something dramatic happens in the next few overs.
We all say cricket is a funny game. Anything can happen in space of 2-3 balls. Here comes Bollinger. Easy single down to long on.
Smart cricket this is from Talib. You don't necessarily have to take those risks now. You just need 9 more runs. Here's the figures of Bollinger. 4.1 overs, 22 runs for 1 wicket. Can he get another wicket? Good delivery, good delivery. Solomons might be looking to get that big shot and finish this as soon as he can. He don't want to drag this. That's exactly what he tries to do. A big appeal, a huge appeal. That seemed to be very, very close. Solomon moved across. Would love to see a replay of it. Here's the replay. Ooh, impact probably outside of off. But it was very close, wasn't it?
It was, Kevin. It was so close. Slogs down to the mid-wicket. Another 4 to Solomons. He is playing a skipper's knock.
Absolutely. Solomons just hitting it all over the park. He went after Bukhari, the strike man for Wales. And now he's going after Bollinger. Just 3 more runs needed. South Africa on verge of getting their first win of this IMC Over-50 World Cup. Will Solomons finish it off in style? He tries to do so. Goes aerial. Goes big. And yes, he's a skipper who has stepped up for South Africa when they needed him the most. 39 of 30 deliveries. He takes his team home. The first win for South Africa in the IMC Over-50 World Cup 2025.
What a brilliant performance by this batsman, Solomons, the captain. Played a captain's knock today. Took up all the challenges provided and took his team home.
Him going after Bukhari was the turning point of the game, Asanka. You told me earlier that he will favour the faster bowlers, and he certainly did. 12 runs in that over, 4 boundaries. That totally changed the complexion of the game, and it put, or rather added more pressure on Wales, because they were counting on Bukhari to come back and get 2 wickets if he can. But Solomon just went after him, and that totally changed the game. And what a knock, what a performance from South Africa. They deserve this win right from the beginning, starting from the bowling. They did their homework, they bowled well. And I said before that they have been very expensive, but today all the bowlers have bowled at a rate less than 5 runs per over, and that is a good sign for a good team. You learn from your mistakes and you correct your mistakes and you come back.
His team was in trouble when he got out to bat. But stayed solid. Solid knock from the captain. Support by his middle order.
At the meantime, credit should be given to the Welsh camp as well. They didn't give up. They tried to grab the wickets. If it was any other team, this game would have easily been won by South Africa, but they gave South Africa a good fight, just winning by 3 wickets. I mean, even us in the commentary box, we thought that a wicket would fall at any moment because they were giving it everything that they have. And they fielded really well as well. Just there was a few drop catches and dropped opportunities, but on a general note, they did field very well and saved a few runs as well.
This is a Welsh team in form that they defeated. They had to win this, the South Africans. They had to win this to mark the first win of this tournament. Look at the batting card. Jiva and Henderson weren't as successful as the middle order. Holiday steadied the ship a bit. Leon played a good knock of 32. Then Schmidt and Becker got their starts but couldn't capitalize. But look at Solomons. 39 of 30 took his team home like a king.
Absolutely, and that partnership between Holiday and Lyons will mean a lot for South Africa as well, because they were struggling at 28 for 2 wickets, and that partnership really steadied the ship for South Africa, and from there on all the batters at least got a score of 20 or more, except from Bennett, and that really helped South Africa get over the line. And what a partnership in the end by Solomons, who got 39 of 30, and Taleb got 17 of 17. As far as the extras are concerned, 18 extras have been given away, 7 wides, 4 leg byes. And here's the bowling card.
Bukhari taking 3 wickets in his rhythm, back again, but at the last couple of overs got hit by Solomons. The other wicket takers were Bollinger, Madhura Singha and Rees got 2. 18 extras were given, but it was all down to a beautiful knock by the captain, Solomons.
The fall of wickets are 15, 27, and then the steadied partnership came up here. Here's the highlights from the second innings, the South African chase. They started off well, scored a couple of boundaries and then lost the wicket. And this has been a good chase as far as which rate they went on with, because they were going at a good rate right from the beginning. Unlike Wales, who started off very slow, South Africa, on the other hand, despite losing wickets, they kept the scoreboard ticking, and that really helped them in the end to get that score in 37 overs or more.
These are the highlights of the South African reply to the Welsh target of 187. Leon falling down before Bollinger. And Schmidt played some brilliant hits. Strong batter. Look at that, effortless.
That was probably the ball of the day from Rees, the skipper. Grabbed a couple of wickets yet again, and that was a very, very harsh call. But nevertheless, umpire's decision is the final decision. Malitha Madhura Singha, the Sri Lankan born Welsh player, really showed his athleticism in this game with the ball, with the bat, in the field, but unfortunately he has to be on the losing side. Nevertheless, good for South Africa. They finally won a game. And this was another beauty from Rees. And that was the turning point. The straight drive. And then the pull. And then the chip. Here it is. Placing into the gap. A much, much needed win for South Africa. This will give them immense confidence, knowing that they've beaten a side who won against India, who beat Canada, who gave a tough fight to Pakistan as well. So they know that they can do better when they go on to the next game, Sasanka.
Absolutely. Wales was the team in form. They needed a brilliant performance to overcome that challenge, which Solomons did rightly so. This is the match summary.
Wales winning the toss, elected to bat first. They got a score of 186, losing 7 wickets. Bartle marshalling the ship with 43 of 42 deliveries. Hemp with a good 40 of 79. Rees supporting with 22 of 37. And as far as the bowling is concerned, Purchase, the left-arm spinner, grabbed 3 important wickets, giving away 43 runs. And Taleb 2 for 47, and Henderson with 1 for 11. On the other hand, South Africa, in reply, chasing a score of 187, chased it down in 37.5 overs, losing 7 wickets, and it was the skipper Solomons who did the damage at the end with a 39 not out were of 30 deliveries, and Lyons and Smith supported well with 32 and 29 each. Bukhari bowled really well in the opening spell, but his comeback spell really costed the game for Wales, and South Africa in the end won the match by 3 wickets. And these are the upcoming fixtures in the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Namibia will be facing New Zealand at Navy Grounds, Welsh. USA will be facing UAE at BRC Grounds, and Sri Lanka will be facing England. That will be a match to watch out for. They will be playing at Coles Cricket Club. That will be the game of the next round, and South Africa will be taking on India. That will be another pulsating game. Canada taking on Pakistan, and Wales versus Australia at PUSA Grounds in Bandaragama will be another very close encounter. Some exciting encounters. Sri Lanka versus England, South Africa versus India, and Wales versus Australia will be the pick of the lot. So with that, we will wrap our live production from the MCA Grounds here in Colombo. We'll see you soon with another match from another day. Until then, it's goodbye from me, Kevin, and Asanka.